Once again, it's George Davis getting out the edge to make a play. Oh, man, the big score. Oh, Lovey's got it. He is going to finish. This is Isaiah Thomas from Oklahoma. He goes down. Hit as he throws, lost it. Loose ball, can Penn State. The Butkus finalists and first-round pick.
But everybody agrees they want Slater.
With the 13th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater Jr. Tackle, Northwestern.
We did it! Yes, we did it!
Go!
Let's go! Hell yeah! We got it right, baby. Here's 10! 10, baby! Hey now! Welcome everybody. Big clap. Ruben, Jay, way to go. With the intro, golf clap. What's up everybody? We're back. How many years? 12 is what it feels like.
12, half that.
6, 7. Let's go around. Anybody that hasn't seen us knows of us. Let's go around the horn. Stanley, say what's up.
What's up, everybody? I'm back. I missed last year, but I'm back now. Stanley, Apple Fan in Denver on Twitter. Excited to be back. Excited to keep it going. I got my Rashawn Slater signed draft ball here as good luck, and my Herbert jersey to try and will some offensive help. Hopefully not penning. Hopefully it doesn't backfire.
But no surfboard. There's no lucky surfboard in there.
I don't have a surfboard. Not the surfing guy. Not a surfing guy at all.
Everybody knows Jamie. Say what's up, Jamie.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for joining us.
Stebbs.
Hey, back again. However many years this is. Love this thing every single year, man. Let's get this thing rolling.
And Big Mike, 6 years, he says.
What's going on, everyone? Yeah, because the first year we did it was 2017, which was the very first year I even joined the site. So, it's been a long time, guys. I don't know how we're still doing this, but I'm glad we are. Everyone knows me, managing editor for Bolts from the Blue. You see my name hopefully every day when you check out the site. So, couldn't be more excited. Ready to rock.
All right.
What's everybody drinking tonight? Is everybody drinking yet?
Well, first off, I can hear somebody's TV. It got louder somehow. But Mike's drinking Truly. And
Local, baby.
It was Jamie.
I picked up a beer that I've never had before. Ale Smith, San Diego. Party Tricks, because I'm hoping they pull some kind of magic today. And something like a Derwin James-esque fall of some great player comes today.
Nice.
So,
nice. I'm doing
hopefully it's good.
Some Tito's and Tito's and Dr. Pepper.
Tito's
white girl wasted.
Nothing for me yet. That'll be coming in just a little bit. So nothing too crazy though. I'm gonna be making a painkiller and depending on how the drink goes, maybe another one. So we'll see.
Yeah, and I think in prison it's like timed, right? Like they send drinks at certain times. Like you can't just get up and get it yourself.
Yeah,
so,
man. I was supposed to be out of this place with the brick wall, but sadly the moving didn't line up. So I'm actually moving the day after the draft. So until then, still in prison.
It looks. John Purcell says there's a big echo. Is there a chat? And John, check to make sure you're not you don't have two windows up, because I know that happened last year too. All right, Jamie, turn down your TV if you can. You can find his remote.
Yeah, just mute it, Jamie. We're
Unfortunately,
providing
when we do this show, us on the show cannot have volume on our TV because this happened. So
Yeah. Man.
Sweet. So
all
the rumors today, everyone's continuing to say it's going to be Trayvon Walker here off the rip.
That's crazy to me, man.
Yeah.
That is crazy to have him be the number 1 overall pick.
And what's even crazier is all of the more connected people are saying that might start a Hutch slide, and Hutch might not go till 4 to the Jets. Because apparently the Lions love Thib.
Man.
You guys all remember Betts from Twitter? He's kind of changed his Twitter account a couple times now. Remember him?
The draft dude?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He's kind of taken a step back. So he's come back, and his name is something new. but he recently did like a film session on Hutchinson, and he hates Hutchinson. He's just like, are you really going to pick with the number 1 overall selection a guy who doesn't have an inside counter and only wins when he jump snaps? Like, it was some really hardcore just criticism of Hutch. I haven't read anything like it through this whole draft process. So I just bring that up because like the variation between prospects this year is really insane. You could love a guy and someone else could absolutely hate them. It's such a weird draft class this year.
But even with as weird as the draft class is, taking like the 6th or 7th best edge rusher with the number 1 overall pick is freaking crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. I can understand maybe not thinking Hutch is number 1. I personally have Thibodeau as my number 1 edge rusher by a couple points, I think. I love Thibodeau. But Walker is number 1 overall is just madness to me. I just don't see it.
Yeah, like it's weird to spend the first overall pick on such a projection, especially at that kind of position. Like, I understand like grabbing a projection at like quarterback if you really need it or whatever, but like taking a possibly defensive end, possibly outside linebacker kind of hybrid guy based on what he played in college, and like just taking him based on his combine performance like that is kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, I personally think Walker's a 5-tech, 4 or 5-tech.
Yeah,
he might play some 3-tech on third down, but I don't even think he's an edge player, and he's an undersized 5-tech at that. So
he was a IDL when he got to college, wasn't he? And he like converted to edge.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. I haven't seen this much like not settled in the top 5, top 3. And it seems like forever. This is insane. I have no idea how this is going to fall out.
There, in this edge class in particular, there are a lot of like 1-year wonder type guys. Like even Hutch didn't do much his first couple of years, had a big breakout. Ojabo was a 1-year wonder.
Jermaine
is a 1-year wonder.
Jermaine.
Walker hasn't even had his 1 year yet. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, with Walker and I mean the rest of those Georgia defenders, I mean the whole defense obviously was one of, if not the best in the country. And a lot of their stats, like no one had like some insane year where it's like 15 sacks, 18 tackles for loss, a bunch of tackles, pressures, and stuff like that. They all kind of had middling stat lines, but that's what happens when you have 6 first-rounders kind of in and around that front 7, where like everyone's kind of eating off everybody else. So, I mean, people were really trying to lean into athletic performance, combine, pro days and interviews and stuff like that, because just on paper, they're all like middle of the road in terms of production. It's just which one are you going to bet on in terms of upside and all those traits that whatever team may value, you know? It's insane. It's insane all over the board.
What's everybody's feelings on Hutch? Because I kind of feel like he's a little too linear for me. Not that I don't think he's going to be a good football player, but he wins mostly with power, it seems to me, and not a whole lot of bend from what I saw on tape. What do you guys think?
I didn't watch a whole ton of him. What I did see was a guy who timed the snap well, which is something I've seen brought up quite a bit. Again, not a lot of inside counters, and he can get pushed around the loop quite a bit. I think he's got a good motor. He wrecked my Hawkeyes in the Big Ten championship game. I mean, he did what he was supposed to do, but nothing was so insane. That's like, yeah, he's a surefire, far and away first-round pick, top 3 pick, whatever. He plays a premium position, so it's just I think he's getting blown up a little bit because of position. The school he went to, yes, he had production in the Big Ten, which is a good conference, all that stuff. I don't know. I think, you know, top 5 is fine, but number 1 is still a little bit iffy for me.
I don't know if anybody else is going to pitch in, but yeah, I mean, he's my number 1. I think what's really helping him, and I think in like years past, he probably would have been like 5'10", but there is no like slam dunk best player of this class. And there were just like traits like the way he was, I loved him both in the run and pass. I think it was, he did both really well. His first step was obviously really good. I know that there's a lot of like he times a snap stuff, but even when he didn't, he was really explosive with his first step. So I think that's still NFL ready. He's got a really good bull rush, good technique. I get the whole thing like being run around the hoop and all that other stuff, but I think there are little minor tweaks with Hutch where he could be an easy like 5 to 7 sack guy like right away. And to me, I mean, his ceiling is like a Pro Bowl-esque Max Crosby type edge rusher. So I get why you'd go that high, but also what's helping him being like my number one was that there just isn't this like totally clean, this is the number one, no holes type of player in this class. And there's 3 or 4 that are like, there's minor tweaks you can make, but they're like so far and away the best players in this class. I don't think Hutch has any real other competition. I mean, I thought Evan Neal was pretty close to that, but I mean, they're just, that's kind of helping him out too. But I like Hutch. I have him as my number one. And I would take him as the first edge rusher off the board. In my mind.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think this is one of those, this is kind of a really weird class where, like we've said a couple of times, that like there's a weird situation where there's not like super premier top end talent. Like there's a couple like blue chip type guys, but there's not like a Myles Garrett, a Joey Bosa. There's not a guy like that you're like, that someone like, I mean, it tells you a lot that there was a rumor like a couple of days ago that the Jaguars have had like 0 teams call and have like a real offer for number one. Like nobody's trying to jump up for that. And that shows that there's no like premier talent in this draft. And then the main bulk of the talent in this draft is in that like 20 to 90 range, like 20 to 100, like that's where the bulk of this draft talent lies. And so, yeah, guys like Hutch get pushed up, and that's why it would be surprising if Walker goes 1 overall, but it's also not like super surprising because it is just kind of like those top 5 picks are you're sitting in that war room just kind of going, all right, who do we like the best? Like who's the guy we just like the best?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you guys saw Posey today talking about a theoretical, but if like Kayvon's one of the ones that drop, or if it's Hutch and they fall to 4, I wonder if San Francisco pulls the trigger with the Jets with Debo, because they've been talking about the Jets wanting Debo, and if they can trade and get, one of the best edge rushers in this class in return for Debo Samuel, it could make some sense. That'd be really interesting when they pick at 4 to see who's still on the board.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. I heard that like one of the main reasons you don't see many player involved day 1 trades is because obviously you've only got 10 minutes when you're on the clock to make that trade, and you can make the trades outside of your clock or whatever, but for the first, like for those top picks, you don't have a lot of time. And if the teams have to like come to some sort of agreement on what happens if like there's a failed physical situation, because obviously Debo wouldn't be able to like go take a physical with the Jets until probably tomorrow at the earliest. And so like if he fails the physical, like how do you cancel that trade out? Like, do you just have to like give the rights to the player that the 49ers took back to the Jets? Does it like, do they come to some gentleman's agreement? Like, okay, we're agreeing on that, or so like that's the main roadblock on why you don't see a lot of day 1 trades in the draft that involve a player.
Before we get started, there was something in the chat that I was gonna, here it is. Otto says it. These are the rules. It happens every year. Don't tip picks. We're all going to line up here when the clock starts so that we're all in the same stream, which means we're probably going to be a couple seconds behind you all, but no tipping picks. That's how we play it. We're all going to be surprised in the moment.
And Garrett and I are fully wielding the band hammer.
Oh, we're the gatekeepers. Okay.
We will toot it and boot it.
And Jesper wants to say hi from Denmark. So what up?
Hey.
Okay. So we're not tipping picks. We're good. So what we talked about, like who we want there at 17, at least most of us have through our mocks. When Jamie and I did a mock, when we all did a mock, Balls from the Blue, who do we want to go before the Chargers? Like we want Trevor Penning like off the board. Right, so the Chargers don't even make that mistake. Hold on, I got it. You're muted, Jamie. Devin Lloyd is one. Drake London for me. I'd like off the board. Some like quarterbacks
off the board.
Yes, Trent McDuffie is one I would like off the board.
Yeah, same.
But
go ahead of 17. Sorry, I missed
yeah.
Well, players that basically, who do we want another team to save the Chargers from themselves by taking out.
Right.
That's
Those are
fair.
good names.
Dude,
And then, like,
a situation that I've been falling in love with that I've seen like 3 times in the last 24 hours that would just like absolutely make me have the best night ever is Penning is still on the clock at 17 and the Cowboys trade up to grab Penning at 17. Like we wind up getting our trade down and they chose to do that over Penning. Like,
yeah.
The Chargers decided, hey, we would rather trade down than take Penning. Like that would not only be such a good result, but it would give me so much more faith in this front office that they like saw how much more value that would bring.
Yeah, that would be great. And then, of course, it goes without saying, but we want some quarterbacks going before 17.
Mm-hmm.
I really want Detroit to fuck this whole thing up and take like Willis too, and then everybody's got to jump up and try to get a quarterback at that point. I need somebody in the top 10 to not reach, but take Willis so that
you can say reach. It's a reach.
Okay, all right. I watched it. It is a reach.
Reach is acceptable.
But he's the best quarterback, and if you need him, go and get him.
We cannot wait for that. There's always that seem to be that one pick where the whole like country is floored by it, right? It's Daniel Jones at 6. It's Clelin Ferrell at 4. You know, those type of picks that we've seen recently. Just one of those pushes one guy down. Well, like basically like a top 30 guy going in the top 10. You know, all it takes is one of those to push one of these really good players a little bit further down. And then there's the, 1 to, 2 quarterbacks would be insane for the Chargers, continue to push other positions down. So
3. Let's shoot for 3 quarterbacks. I think that's the ideal.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Totally. That means one of those wide receivers, corners, somebody's getting pushed down.
Probably two wide receivers or one of the corners.
Yeah.
Does anybody have a quarterback with a first-round grade in this draft?
Not I.
I haven't watched a quarterback since the 60s. No, thank you.
No, I mean, my rankings are a little different than a lot of people I've seen, but I still like their fringe. Like, you only take them at the end of the first if you want to make sure you have that 5th-year option kind of grade. Like, I'd rather have them at I grade them at the top of 2nd, but I could see teams grabbing them in the 1st, and that's Willis. And I actually like Sam Howell a lot. I have him as my QB too.
I was so disinterested in the quarterbacks, I didn't even bother to watch Howell. I watched Willis and Redmond and
Ritter.
Pickett. Ritter. Yeah, I can't even remember.
You don't even know his name. Yeah,
That's
who gives
how
a shit?
impressive he was.
Yeah.
Ritter.
Riddler.
Pickett,
The Riddler.
The Riddler.
I have 1st-round grades on the Riddler and Penguin.
Can I just mention that Kenny Pickett, the second he's drafted, will have the smallest hands of a quarterback in like NFL history?
It'll be awesome.
8 inches and a quarter.
Is he the dude that's at the draft right now? One of the quarterbacks.
I think Matt Corral is the only quarterback.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's gonna be there all night.
He said he's talked to enough GMs to think that he's going to be selected, that he would be there on day 1, and that's wild.
That would be good for the
Matt Corral.
I think Corral's one of the guys that, if you look at past drafts where a lot of these quarterbacks where they kind of lean towards really good physical traits, like Corral's extremely fast, extremely athletic. I think he has enough arm talent that people are going to bet on his athleticism, especially like in a modern NFL where most good quarterbacks now have athleticism to run around and stuff like that, escapability and such. So that's why I can see him, potentially, being coveted by some team that thinks like that's the future of the NFL. We need to get one of those types of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
All right. So it looks like after this commercial break, we're going to kick things off.
Hey, let's bash on Aiden Hutchinson again. I just wanted to, for some confirmation bias, I was like, who did Aiden Hutchinson compete in the Big Ten? And again, Aiden Hutchinson's good. I'm not saying that. But I just quickly went to look back, and the best Big Ten tackle coming out of the draft this year is Daniel Falele from Minnesota. And then you've got Thayer Munford, who is a 6th-round pick. You've got Nicholas Petit-Frere, who's a 3rd or 4th-round pick. So just saying.
And Rasheed Walker.
And Rasheed Walker, who's a 4th or 5th-round pick. He's a good player. I'm just saying the actual, all the first team all Big Ten tackles and guards are 3rd round, 4th round, 5th, 6th round players in this draft. something to think about. I'm a salty Hawkeye. Don't mind me.
What was your quarterback's name this year?
I don't want to talk about him.
He was bad.
His name is Spencer Petras. So get this. This is what's so frustrating about Petras. So Jake Browning, you remember the former Washington quarterback with the Vikings, he set like the state of California, like their entire passing record book for high school. Petras resets all those records. He's like 6'5", 230, sets all the California State high school passing records. He comes to Iowa, and in a year or two in his first 2 years as a starter, he's averaging, I think he completes less than half of his passes, and he's like lucky to get over 100 yards passing in a game. It is absolutely horrendous. Yes, it has something to do with Brian Ferentz being a terrible OC for the Hawkeyes, but like, what's going on? You know, your quarterback is lucky to complete 50% of his passes. It's rough, man. Being a Hawkeye, it's offensively very rough.
It's 5:00. We're about to get rolling here. But hey, let's do hold on, there was a question. All right, so there was a scenario about Lewis Seen, the safety, being picked by the Chargers if they traded back to 20. How would you guys feel about trading back with the Steelers and taking a guy like Lewis Seen?
I like Seen's tape. I think 20's maybe close to 10 picks too rich for him. Like, I'd much rather have him farther back. But if they're trading back with the Steelers and picking up an extra third, then yeah, I would not be upset at Seen. I like him a lot. I think he's a better tackler than a lot of these DBs. And he's rangy enough in coverage. Like I figured he would be running 4.4 based on watching his tape, and then I looked up his pro day numbers and he ran faster than that. So yeah, that makes me happy.
What about you, Mike? Before Jamie and I unload.
So I'm definitely not against trading back, collecting more resources, especially like some upper picks. Yeah, we have a bunch of picks in the 6th and 7th, but like an extra third sounds pretty good in a draft like this. But I guess bottom line is, how much does drafting him move the needle? I guess drafting a safety, right? How much does that push this team forward towards their goals and the expectations a lot of people have for this upcoming season? Is a lot, is it a little? And that's kind of how I want to weigh that pick. I think a tackle, a right tackle, defensive tackle, one of these other positions really does move the needle, at least for me personally, a little bit more than a safety, right? Does he become a rotational guy? Does he take over Nasir Adderley? Like, how does that work? Does he see enough snaps to warrant a pick, that high? That's just sort of my thinking. I think he's a great player, but those are kind of the things I weigh it against.
Yeah, so I'm not a fan of it. Jamie, I know you're not either.
I'm perfectly happy with trading back. Not so much with trading Lewis Seen at 20 or picking Lewis Seen at 20. I think he's a solid player. I agree with Stanley. He's a really good tackler. I think he's probably a better box safety than he is a single high or a 2 high. Maybe some flexibility in the slot. I think he's kind of redundant to some degree with Derwin, and not as good at any of the things that Derwin does as Derwin is. So I would not take him there. I have a mid-third round grade on him. I would not take him there. I wouldn't touch him anywhere near that early. I think that'd be a big mistake, and it wouldn't make a lot of sense to me. I think if you're looking in the secondary and you're looking at safety, I've been saying it all along, I think Dax Hill makes way more sense there than Seen does. I think Hill can play outside. He can play the slot. He can play free safety. He can play strong safety. He can play that dime linebacker role. You can do so many things with him. He even played some will in college. There's a lot of things that he can do better than Seen. He's a better athlete than Seen. I think there's more potential for turnovers with somebody like Dax. I would not take Seen that early. I wouldn't even consider it. That's a little worrisome that that's something that is being even discussed. Discussed, whatever. It bothers me.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're all a fan of trading back. We're all team trade back, I think, at any point, unless, one of the guys are still there at 17. But yeah, I mean, I've got Dax Hill and Jalen Petrie as guys that I think are versatile enough to play multiple positions, kind of be the generals in the middle of a defense that you can rotate with Derwin, where I think Scene is much better in like a zone heavy, strong safety, playing like near the line of scrimmage, but not being able to like be versatile enough to kick out as a corner or anything. I didn't particularly like his tackling. I thought he was like an all or nothing type tackler. So, I mean, obviously that's something he can clean up and everything, but I think, he obviously likes to make his presence felt, which is great. He's like a tone setter and near the line of scrimmage. They could obviously do worse, but yeah, I also have a 3rd round grade on him. And I've got 2 other guys that I think fit this defense way better in Jalen Petrie and Dax Hill. If you're looking at a safety or a DB, then I would grab in Lewis Scene there. 20's really rich. If you're at the bottom of the first and say Dax Hill or Petrie are gone or something, I mean, it maybe makes sense. If you're like moving back to like where the Packers are picking, you trade it back that far maybe, but 20's too high. And there's Petrie or Dax Hill will definitely be there at that spot, if not better players at other positions. So I would not like that.
You could even make a case for somebody like Brisker there ahead of Scene. And I'm not even a particularly fan of Brisker.
Yeah.
But I would take him before I would take Scene, and that's early for both of them.
Where's my lone wolf hat? Like on the the pregame show.
I don't know what you're talking about.
On the NFL Network pregame show, whenever somebody lone wolfs a prediction, they have this like fuzzy wolf hat, and they just give it to whoever lone wolfed it. So I'll lone wolf Scene. I'll do it.
Okay. Now, what do you guys feel about Kyrie Elam, who's being mocked this morning?
Not in the first. No thanks.
Okay. What about you? Go ahead, Jamie.
I was just gonna say I have a late 2nd round grade on
Elam.
I wasn't crazy about him. I think it's too rich.
Mike?
Too rich as well. I think if they don't trade back, stay at 17, I would, in an ideal world, they get a player with an actual bona fide 1st round grade. Might have a little luck involved to get there, but trading back and then getting a guy that you could get, at least you think should go in the middle of the 2nd round or so, just wouldn't feel right.
Okay, well then I'll be the lone wolf here because he's my corner 3. He's got length, physicality. He's got great athletic gifts. He just had a really down 2021, and I think he's got the makings of a CB1 that you could play anywhere. I'd be okay with it if both other corners are off the board, depending on how the rest of the board looks. There might be somebody graded higher, but I would not hate Elam. Kyrie Elam, I'm actually probably higher on than a lot of others, especially you guys. But I like him. He's physical, aggressive. I think he'd be great in this defense. So I'll lone wolf this one with Elam, like Stanley did with Scene. Oh, here comes Stebbs.
Stebbs is having all the internet problems right now.
Yeah. Are you there now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Stebbs? Okay.
Hopefully the lagging is done, but it was like every 5 seconds it would just pause.
Well, it's library time in cell block D, so no wonder.
Oh, right. Yeah, your Wi-Fi's down.
Absolutely.
Because he always does.
Hey, now, I'm a Fresno State guy. Right. I mean,
Why does Carr look like a douche? Because he is a douche?
Yeah.
He's not that bad.
Layup.
Come on.
Yeah, he is.
If it looks like Derek Carr and walks like Derek Carr,
it's a douche.
It's a douche. Are they getting a late start, or is this supposed to start like 5:10?
This is a late start. This is because they're still like not even at the point of saying
they were at the poker table. Ice Cube. Oh man.
They're like, hey, there's a famous Raider fan, the only one. Get him up here.
Marcus Allen.
I'm sure Snoop would be a Raider fan if they paid him enough.
Start the clock.
Yeah, please. Can we?
You guys can talk, but just like start the clock already. It's 5:09. Not like we're going anywhere, but
Let's get this thing rolling, man.
Yeah, Jacksonville. It's not like Jacksonville's gonna like run the pickup. Like they're gonna do like what everyone else does. They're gonna wait the full 10 minutes.
Isn't that terrible?
So anybody else watch draft day today?
No.
Nah.
I do that every year to myself. They're still just letting him talk and not starting the clock. I hate every second of this.
Because I don't mind them talking. I just want the clock going. And the Clark going.
Right. Let's have some efficiency over here.
Derek Carr looks like
there we go. Clock's on now.
Derek Carr looks like he is.
I do not have the clock
auditioning later this week.
Yeah, I don't have the clock either.
9:39 is what mine's at.
All right. Well, you might have to pause yours.
Yeah, you might have to pause.
For sure.
The only one.
All right. 9:48, 47.
Okay.
24 seconds behind me.
Where are you at, Mike and Jamie?
I still don't have a clock.
9:33.
Okay, yeah, I'm with Jamie.
Yeah, I'm right with Jamie. I'm like 2 seconds behind.
Yeah,
you. That's totally fine.
And then Peterson's gonna be 10 minutes behind again, or what?
9:46.
At 45.
9:46.
20 seconds behind us.
I don't understand this. Like in the years past, I was on like a sketchy stream I found on some random website. I paid for streaming. I paid for Fubo TV. And I'm still behind.
Oh, Mike.
I love it.
Mike.
I'm just telling you, SB Nation needs to fork out something because what is this, man?
They're listening.
Yeah, you might need to go like an actual box. You're gonna have to hardwire into the wall just to get you on time.
Over the air, man.
I just don't get it. How am I so far behind? 9:03, 9:02.
Fast forward.
Yeah. Mike, why don't you just fast forward so we can all be on time?
I don't think it's possible to fast forward. I gotta find my remote now.
There you go. Richard's got it.
Richard's
got the right idea.
As I was behind for the first 3 years we've been doing this. That's fine.
Okay. All right.
If anything, it just means I can start typing faster.
and definitely don't tip picks.
Yeah,
he's guessing. Okay. Sorry, I just saw the comment and I thought they were saying that was what was going to happen. Ooh, who's got woodwork going? Is that Jamie?
Yeah, that's
Jamie.
us. Yeah.
Jamie's broadcasting from a construction zone.
Literally.
We got a prison construction zone. Man.
Oh man.
Does anyone think this isn't Walker?
I don't. What was the well, I guess it could be. I don't know. Walker, Thibodeau, Stingley is what I think the top three are going to be.
Top three.
I hope
Walker,
it's not,
Thibodeau,
though.
Stingley.
Oh, yeah. Otto's right. You're in witness protection. That's what's going on.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Everything's
no
all clear
landmarks.
finally.
Yeah.
As of Sunday, I'll be clear, but you guys won't see that. So who's to say that's not a lie, right?
And then are you going to go by your real name when you get back on?
Absolutely, yeah.
It's going to be
Actually, on. My last name was changed. So
yeah. For real?
Yeah. When my grandparents got here, they changed it from Stebbing to Stebbins. They said it sounded too German. So.
Oh, so you were. Oh, and it's kind of like lemming. Maybe that is good. Stebbing.
Walker, Hutchinson, Iquanu. That'd be my guess for the top three.
Do we think like half of the Jacksonville front office is trying to talk Balky out of taking Walker at one? because they showed their war room a few minutes ago, and a lot of them look like they had that. Are we really going to do this? Look on their face. Like seriously.
What are these graphics going on in the background?
They have a box hanging up somewhere. I don't know what's
What
inside
is
the
that?
box.
Oh, are they playing cards? Is that what that graphic is?
Oh
background?
yeah, it's like a face
oh,
card. Yeah.
Weird. Because they're in Vegas. I get it, but that's still like.
It's lame.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well.
Boo.
All right. I didn't think we get negative till like pick 10, but here we go.
Bring back the chair, right?
Who do we made a pick it?
I don't know. They're probably setting the bar pretty high for the next couple of years because what is it? In 2 years, it's going to be in Detroit. I wonder what theme they're going to go with for Detroit. Just cars.
Pick is in.
Da-na-na, da-na-na. All right, that means you're still ahead of us.
Yeah, because I haven't got that yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't got it either.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now.
It's still on 4. Oh, there we go. It stopped at 442.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Yep.
Yeah.
456, 457.
God, Walker makes no sense at 1 if this is really the pick.
What a projection as the number 1 pick, you know?
Like, I get if they're just wanting a higher upside than what they think Aiden could bring, but man, I go Aiden every time over Trayvon.
Yeah.
Like, betting on these physical traits, I just
Especially as the Jags, like if any team needs a sure thing, like it's the Jaguars. Like, why aren't you taking Hutchinson?
How successful have they been developing their prayers? Because they were so successful with Taven Bryan that this is going to work.
Yeah, like nobody. They just like go with the sure thing. You guys can't afford to mess up these picks.
It's crazy though, right? Because like they always like convince themselves they can do it because we have a new coach, we have a new this. But that seems like that's just a yearly thing. Never actually put it together. So it's like, yeah, we have Doug Peterson now, but
I'm surprised they kept Balky. Didn't Urban Meyer? Isn't he the one that pushed them to hire Balky? I'm surprised they even kept him.
There was a lot of talk that like that actually like prevented them from a couple coaching candidates because there was a couple candidates that were like, I'm only coming if Balky leaves. And apparently Balky was like, nah.
Well, that was the case with Byron Leftwich, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I think that was because remember that was like a sure thing. Like that was for sure happening. And then all of a sudden it just like disappeared into nothing.
All right.
It feels like we played for like 10 minutes.
I mean, you can't always walk into the podium.
Is it?
Hold on.
Yeah, at least during these breaks, like the clock is already running. Like the Lions are at like 7 minutes already.
Wow.
You gotta pause, bro.
Well,
just a couple seconds. Oh wow.
Wow. Well,
wow.
Even Walker's like, really?
They were not kidding. Did you see it, Stanley?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Wow.
I mean, honestly, he's like the 4th or 5th best edge as an edge.
Seriously.
Maybe like the 3rd or 4th interior defensive lineman. Like
3rd edge at best behind Aiden and Thibodeau. Like at best.
Yeah, at best for sure.
From a productivity standpoint, he's like 6th or 7th. I mean,
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, his best year was this year. He had like 6 sacks. Like,
yeah, Ojabo, Ebiketie, Jermaine Johnson, all those guys are more productive, even if it's just been 1 year.
What a projection, man!
It's like a prayer. It's borderline prayer.
Could you imagine the first overall pick on 6 sacks, a career high 6 sacks?
Yeah,
I mean, his agent's got to be like, hell yeah.
9
There was one time Walker was
Lions pick is in
the
too.
Chargers.
He averages 3 sacks a season.
Lions did not waste any time.
But like the thing was, he did all his stuff at the combine, right? And he still wasn't like a top 5 pick or 10 pick for sure. Like something happened between him not doing anything that he somehow shot from like a mid first round pick to number 1 overall.
Are you saying like Jacksonville overthought it or something? Or
Well, I'm
What
just
is
saying,
what are you saying?
whatever happened, it wasn't like Walker did something else to add on to like the hype of him as a player, right? Like he did his combine stuff. Everyone knew how athletic he was and all that stuff. So like what happened between the combine performances and now where he went from a mid first round pick
Ooh.
to number 1 overall? That's what I'm saying. Like what could have happened besides just like interviews, you know?
Detroit's pick is already in.
Yeah, because it's not like Hutchinson had a bad combine either. Like he had a good combine. Like
Yeah, just his arms. That's really the only negative thing I ever heard about his combine coming out, which is always arms
like,
shorter than you prefer. But okay,
he had a better 3-cone than the Bosas. Like
he had really
and he
good physical
productive.
traits.
16
that
sacks
were,
his last year.
his testing was up there with Myles Garrett in some places.
Yeah. I mean, Trayvon obviously tested better, but still, like.
But the thing
feel like
was,
that has to be the pick
Myles
here.
Garrett did it over and over and over again.
I'm hoping for chaos. I'm
Did
hoping that this
they-
is a quarterback.
Is anybody listening to the broadcast?
No, because I can't
You
on my
can't
Mac.
because you guys will hear it.
On my Mac, I can't choose. I can't like sound mix the different windows, and so like it's just at max volume if I if I turn the volume on.
Because maybe the chat knows, but they just said, I think they just said Trayvon Walker was in a car accident, but he walked away unscathed, like today.
Oh, geez.
He's a superhero. Oh shit.
You know, he's built different.
Well, that's it. That's what sealed it. They were like, this guy is Bruce Willis. He's unbreakable. And
Yeah, he crashed into 2 parked cars.
oh,
He emerged without
Wait a minute.
injuries.
was
No
he
citation.
drunk? What?
He hit 2 parked cars,
That's what Ian Rappaport just said.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, he was high on life.
but
honestly.
like how fast?
Yeah. The Trent Baalke called
Oh.
him and was like, hey, we're picking you first overall. And he's like, what?
right, he was backing out of an Applebee's or something.
Yeah, he like
Yeah. Parallel parked, hit the car.
He
in front of him,
parallel
hit the car in
parked,
back of
hit
him.
the yeah, and then he Rappaport's like 3-car
Clear space.
pile up, the first round pick. Hey,
Got to be Aiden. Oh,
There. Okay.
yeah.
That
Not
take
good.
the hometown kid. Good
That
for
just
them.
made too much sense. I didn't buy that they weren't interested in him at all. Like that just makes way too much sense. Especially the whole like what's the kneecap biter or whatever the hell it is. Like that's totally his vibe too. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah. By the way, yeah. Glenn brought up. I heard this too. Rap goes no citations either. Like he just hit 2 cars and just like was like, oh my bad, and they're like, oh, it's
Yeah,
his
all
his
agent
right.
made a very quick phone call.
He
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
just threw a couple dollar bills in the air and was just like, "Look, I'm about to be a very rich man. Like, here, this will pay for
No,
it."
he was he was at his home and
Changed.
all his family came over and there was too many cars and he was like stepping out for a minute to go grab some food and hit like his auntie's car and his cousin's car and they were like, don't even worry about it. And the neighbor was like, I'm tweeting to Schefter right now.
Rappaport.
Whatever.
Schefter didn't even get the scoop. But no, it was probably the parallel parking, and he like bumped each bumper, and they're like, "Well, I could probably rub this out. Like, just leave. I don't even want to deal with insurance."
What was
at
your
this
name?
point, you know? Yeah,
Can I just get an autograph and then we call it
Mr.
quits?
Walker. Yeah, like just leave. No citations.
Yeah, no, that man, Detroit had to be so happy that Jacksonville went Jacksonville on him. So
Yeah, which means Thibodeau's now going to drop a little bit here.
Yeah, so we're thinking this is probably Stingley here, right? To
You
Houston.
I
so?
think so. I do, but I
There's-
was wrong on the first 2. So,
There's been a lot of talk recently that Stingley goes here.
oh no, I said Trayvon. I said Thibodeau was going to go here.
Yeah, you said Thibodeau
Yeah.
go here.
Yeah.
That makes
So-
sense too. Houston has so many holes that like anybody could be in play here.
Yeah.
that was the whole PFF thing, right? PFF's draft mock
Like
draft
everybody.
in every position on
Yeah.
their needs.
Dude, is this going to be Sauce Gardner?
Could be. He's been mocked here a lot.
Oh, there's Patras.
They're excited.
I don't know. I keep thinking offensive lineman for him. I know they have whatever.
Oh, they missed the double high five.
They're
Not
going
a-
to do a double high five. We missed it, huh?
No, in the Lions war room. Like
Was it Dan Campbell?
No, the I think it was the GM. He went for
It was
the
Martin Mayhew and some
yeah.
woman, and they went
he
for a
went,
double
they
high
went for the
five
double
and
high
whiffed.
five and totally whiffed. Like didn't connect either hand.
Yeah, it could be Stingley, it could be Sauce, depending on how they have them graded. So Aiden Hutchinson was the Chargers' #1 player on their board.
Quick reminder of that nugget.
And Trayvon Walker not in their top 2 edge players.
I'm glad they evaluated that correctly.
We know
Yeah,
that for sure.
They can evaluate at least one position correctly. Good to know. Good to know.
It seems like only one team can't. That's what it sounds like.
Jacksonville, man.
Uh,
Texans.
They're going to be like Trayvon Walker is who we thought we were drafting in.
he's not even in their top 5.
Yeah.
Walker.
So- yeah, Walker isn't.
They were talking about him like they thought he might be there at 17.
Picks in for
Yeah,
Houston.
before the combine, they thought because he was being mocked to the Chargers at 17 just a little while ago, and now look at him.
Garrett, do you know where they have Karlaftis?
I don't.
No.
No.
3rd round.
Yeah, I'm thinking this might be Iquanu, man.
You think so?
Yeah.
They have
So
Tunsil though.
he'd be their
don't
right
they?
I know
tackle.
there's been a lot of talk about Iquanu going to 3 in the last few days.
Also, their other linemen are what? Max Sharping and Titus Howard was their other tackle.
They actually moved. I think they moved Howard into guard a few times too.
I
Since
think
he- ever
Sharping's
since he
been
drafted.
playing
I think
guard,
he
hasn't
played a little bit of guard.
Hasn't Sharping been playing guard?
I believe so. Yeah.
I think they drafted him and moved him to guard right away.
Yeah. Man, Texans already got their pick in. Now we're moving.
Dude, the Browns
Rick.
really don't have a 1st-round pick for 3 years. Came a long
Yep.
way from having.
That's why they haven't traded Baker yet. They're like, come on, somebody just give us a 1st.
That's crazy. Come a long way from picking 1st overall every other year to. We don't need those picks.
They wanted an adult in the room, but they want 3 first-round picks for Baker.
And then they picked Watson. I was going to say other
The
things.
adult.
Watson as their quarterback. So
Whoops.
see how much they value that. So where do you think Iquanu would play?
He'd be the right tackle
Yeah.
for sure. They give Laramie Tunsil too much money to have him move at all. He's their left tackle. Iquanu is definitely
You'd
their
take
left
him and move him to right tackle, huh?
tackle. Yeah.
That was such a power move, though. By the way, did you see that Tunsil took that video of him
I
hitting
still
the
say-
gas mask bong and turned it into an NFT and auctioned it off for charity?
Yep.
Tunsil also only has one year left in his deal after this season.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
There it is.
There it is.
Stingley. Yep.
so
He was not going to fall to 17.
Stingley, for real?
Stingley, yeah.
Wow.
So that dream dies at 3.
Oof.
Yeah, I never really let myself get excited about that one because I didn't see him getting out of like the top 10, and I didn't think the Chargers were going up that high. So
For a guy who didn't pick off a pass his final 2 years of college, I know he's good.
Wait till you see these highlights.
there's one.
Because they got
seemed
one.
All
like-
from 2019.
There's
All the
2.
highlights are 3 years old.
He's got 5 interceptions, all from 2019. Yeah.
These
crazy.
highlights are telling me otherwise, Mike. Because I've
What's
got
up?
I see 2 interceptions already.
From
And
his
a forced
highlights,
fumble.
no, he had
Yeah.
5 interceptions as a freshman. And he
I
had
know. I'm kidding.
Fight me.
I mean, if you watch that 2020 tape, as good as he was, those Florida receivers picked on him, and so did the Alabama receivers. He struggled with Pitts. He struggled with Jefferson. Had a really hard time with Devontae Smith. He has a short memory, and he bounced back and made plays, but those guys picked on him.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, look at Stingley.
3rd overall.
Oh, there's some cool. His
Good
dad's
for
got
him.
some dope glasses.
Yeah. Yeah, I like those. Thick frame. Look at Mom over there, too. She's got the big old boxy glasses going.
Yeah, those look like TV. Those look like the TV screens they put in the headlights of Pimp My Ride.
On the back of the,
Yeah.
the seats.
Yeah. No, the ones they
All right, so
that one episode they put TV screens in somebody's headlights because it was Pimp My Ride and they just did ridiculous shit.
so who do we think the Jets are going to take? Is it
Jets?
Kayvon? Is it
Thibodeau's
Sa?
such a good value here for them.
Yeah.
If they were to grab him.
Who are the
Uh,
Jets edge rushers as it stands?
Carl Lawson, who's coming off the
Yeah.
year-long injury.
Okay, so they like most definitely need to take an edge rusher.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
and there's the
And-
whole like
and
they
if you
haven't had a 10 guy since whatever. There's that whole thing too they've had going on for a while now.
And if you believe the rumors, they still need offensive line help.
Well, yeah,
They're-
Becton.
No,
He hasn't
We're
been
talking about
consistent.
moving on from Becton.
That's
Or
crazy
maybe
to me.
move him to right.
I don't understand the Becton news. So like the whole thing was he weighed 400 pounds at one point. I'm like, but did he like was he terrible or did he get in trouble or is it literally because he just weighed a lot?
I mean, Falala is like a Big Mac meal
He's
away
a
from
monster.
400.
Yeah.
Right. Like I thought Becton like has at least so far has performed well. So like
That's
all
what
of
I
a
thought.
sudden actual news of him being like a trade candidate or something like that seemed very unwarranted. For a team that is still a bad football team, you want to move on from a pivotal position such as left tackle.
After 2 years.
Yeah.
They just drafted him.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, he had good film against the Chargers as a rookie.
Oh, he definitely
For
had some
sure.
good film for sure.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
I mean, only if they're maybe concerned about his injury from last season. I don't know what the word is on that, but
So
And there's
how did
been
the
talk
Jets
of-
screw this up.
wide receiver here, right?
Well,
Yeah, I think so.
yeah, but
because
I've seen
they're-
it more for their 10th pick though.
Yeah, one of these top
Oh, right,
two.
right, right,
But
right.
yeah, with no wide receivers gone, I doubt they do that here.
Or at
Wade's
9.
saying
Wait,
Jermaine
whatever.
Johnson. He thinks Jermaine Johnson goes here. It's been a rumor.
They can wait till 10 and probably still get the wide receiver they want.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's what I was thinking for 10.
I would think either Icky or Thibodeau here.
Pick is in.
Man, we are moving, honestly.
Nobody thinks Sauce could be here?
DJ Reed, Michael Carter, they don't exactly have the greatest corners, so could be.
They could literally go anywhere here,
Yeah.
and it would make sense.
Thibodeau, probably the most talented.
I think Thibodeau just makes way too much sense here, though.
Yeah.
You'd think Saul would want his guy on the edge.
Yeah,
Start
yeah.
He wants
seriously.
those dogs. He wants those dogs to rush the passer, man. He loved it with the Niners, so
hmm
So Jermaine Johnson confirmed then.
Yeah, because their other defensive end right now is John Franklin Myers.
honestly, I'd probably say Johnson's more of a solid guy than Thibodeau.
You like Johnson more than Thibodeau?
I would say I think Saleh would like Johnson over
Oh,
Thibodeau.
more of a solid guy. I think. you
Yeah,
said
Oh,
like
I thought you
solid
said
guy.
Johnson was
Yeah, that's what it's called.
dog
Okay.
by definition at the Senior Bowl and everything. He was doing like, Thibodeau's fine, but I just feel like I could see Saleh getting amped up when Johnson makes a big play or does what he did, in the NFL the same way he did at the Senior Bowl, right? Like it just kind of makes sense. I mean, they're pumped about it, obviously, but
Yeah, they're really excited about whatever pick they made.
What channels are you guys watching?
NFL Network.
Oh, okay.
The Jets fans don't look very excited.
They haven't done the pick yet, so they're just being Jets fans.
Yeah, that's just Western Jets face.
That's just their normal disposition.
Oh man.
I'm waiting for the first holy crap pick.
Yeah. Trayvon Walker is a little bit of a surprise, but they've been tipping that for the last 2 days. So
I want
Yeah.
the Giants to just pick Malik Willis and just light everything on fire.
ooh.
Dude, I think the Panthers probably have the closest chance to make that type of pick because you have all the news of Tepper and people talking about like, yeah, we like a couple quarterbacks potentially, at 6, but no quarterback should go at 6, right? So I feel like there's something there.
Rappaport said before the draft started that they declined the Giants.
Yeah, Daniel
declined
Jones is fifth.
Daniel
Yep.
Jones's
Yeah,
option.
5th year option. Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna let Jones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thought that might happen.
Damn.
Oh, how did you guys get so much further ahead of me?
What? I don't know.
Oh, or did you just see a pick get tipped?
No.
No,
he,
watching
he
it on
just
TV.
called it. He walked up
Well,
the
I
hook.
mean, yeah, it's
Oh,
a
wow.
tip for me because I'm so far behind. But like,
How
I
did I
see it
fall
in
that
the
far behind you? He's just walking up now. I was only like 2 seconds behind you. What happened?
How about Willis and Pickett in some order in the next 3 picks?
Hey, and also don't tip picks. Okay, guys?
Never tip.
Everybody,
picks.
don't tip any.
I'm not
Twitter's
gonna
going to be
lie,
faster
I love
than us.
Stingley. I love Stingley and Gardner and Sauce, but like, they now play for the Texans and Jets. Like, that's kind of.
Where did they put Sauce?
Are
They
you
put
serious?
him like on the
Is it
strip.
deck,
It's
Mike?
like they put him
They
on
did
the
not.
strip in the Bellagio, and he had to run all the way over here to get on stage.
Well, at least they aren't doing that boat idea that they were going to do
Oh,
last
he
year.
just
Oh,
ran
yeah.
to the wrong side. This man's gonna work up a sweat before he ever gets to the stage.
Oh. He was at a high stakes table, and they had to pull him off his roll.
They said your luck ran out. You're a Jet now.
Yeah.
Ooh, sorry, you busted. You're a Jet now.
Yes.
Did you just
Snake
hit on
eyes.
18? You're a New York
Yeah.
Jet.
You hit on 16. You're now a Jet.
Yeah. Man, Thibodeau's gonna fall to the Giants here, possibly. The fact they fell out of the top 5 is crazy.
If he falls a little bit like this, I saw a lot of Seattle wanting him.
Would
This is gonna be
the
offensive
so
line
who do
here,
the
man.
Giants have then? They have Azeez Ojulari from last year. They still have Leonard Williams up front. Who else do they have?
Quincy Roche they got last year.
I mean, Roche was pretty good, I thought. I think he was just rotational, though, right?
Yeah, but they don't really have anyone else. Roche, Trent Harris, O'Shane Zimenez, Azeez Ojulari, Ellerson Smith, and Nico Lalos. So yeah, I know they definitely need some help there.
So
yeah, we
you're
can see
the,
Thibodeau going then.
if you're the Giants and you're not sure what you're going to be doing with Daniel Jones, would you invest in offensive line or wide receiver, figuring, hey, at least we've got something in place when the real quarterback arrives?
I go OL here for sure.
And see if he
I
figures
probably
it
go
out?
offensive line. Probably makes the most sense because they would probably want to pair Icky or somebody with Andrew Thomas. But like, weren't the news coming out of New York where they were going to trade Kadarius Toney apparently, but then they were also reportedly trying to trade Darius Slayton. Like they're getting rid of their young playmakers. Anybody else see that?
Definitely
I
about
didn't see
Tony.
it. I didn't see the
Yeah,
Slate
Tony was
one.
more publicized, and then I saw something about them wanting to maybe trade Darius Slayton. I'm like, are we just? Do you want Daniel Jones to fail and then set your whole team back, even further? Like it just didn't make any sense. What I was hearing.
Hmm.
I think this has to be offensive lineman. I wouldn't be surprised if Neal's the first one to go.
Well, he should be.
Yeah. This man has a hot sauce bottle on his chain.
No. He said in his interview pre-draft that it's not hot sauce.
It's
It's
barbecue
all
sauce.
it's all-purpose sauce because he does everything. And I was like, that's lame.
There better be sauce
Be
in
better.
that chain. There better be something in that chain.
Does he still have his
And
grill
ruin
in?
your chain? Why would you do that?
Does he still have his grill in, or did he take that out?
I don't know.
He had a full upper and lower grill too.
I think he
Like,
still has it.
All right, the picks in for the Giants.
Man. Then that's probably Thibodeau, right? Happened so fast, maybe? Or
Yeah,
maybe
that
it's
or Neal.
tackles.
Well, the
I
only
guess.
person that's picking between them is the Panthers. I don't know if they would go edge.
Yeah, they might go line first because
Because Carolina could go OL. So I'd go OL here first at 5.
Do they go offensive tackle and then Thibodeau, or would Carolina take Thibodeau?
I think
Carolina would take an offensive lineman or a quarterback.
100%.
I think they're taking Thibodeau. With a pick
Really?
that fast, I do. Only because it came up so fast. They could have waited. I mean, it was just like when Aiden Hutchinson pick came in. I'm guessing, but
Yeah, I think Thibodeau could be 7 though. I think they want to get the OL in before Carolina gets theirs.
Is this a situation, like a rare situation where like Giants could call Panthers and be like, who are you picking or who are you thinking, so they can almost plan this pick and the next pick? Is that something that teams would do?
Probably not.
If I was the Panthers, I'd hang up on them if they asked that.
Because I mean, simply if they weren't, then the Giants could be like, okay, this guy, they can get their picks done ahead of time.
Oh
It's
shit!
the Giants. They're taking Penning.
I mean, we can all dream, right? Like
that would definitely be the dream, 100%.
Sad.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is Neal.
Oh, we got Nux going on. Oh my God, that's Tony, awful. They keep showing this guy with that crazy hair. This is like the 4th time they've shown him for the Giants.
Oh,
yeah. The guy
who's that dude who always modeled for like romance novel covers?
Fabio.
Fabio? Yeah, Fabio.
Oh.
The best Fabio thing was when he was on that roller coaster and hit that goose with his face.
No tip picks.
Who's up there reading the pick? Did this guy win like the spelling bee?
Make-A-Wish thing, I think.
Oh, okay.
That's fair.
I'm glad you said that before I made the comment I was going to make.
I'm fine with my comment.
Jamie.
Easy, Jamie.
I did that one year. I can't remember what year it was, but I've done that. So I wanted to jump on and say that before you did.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was just about to say something really bad.
I remember that. Stebbins like, why isn't this lady walking up there to do her pick? And she's like, in a wheelchair.
Because she's paralyzed.
I don't think was that what it was?
I made that up.
It was bad. It
was something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you guys see that Eckler's announcing their 3rd round pick?
Yeah. Ooh. Fellas?
No tips.
All right.
Okay.
Are we going to have to ban Garrett?
What did I do?
Richard. Can we ban Richard?
All right.
I sent a message to you guys in the private chat. If you see it. Ooh, look at that suit.
Oh, okay. No surprise.
Whoa.
Yeah. Man, I thought that for sure they'd go OL, but I guess couldn't risk losing him.
All these good players, man, going to chronically bad teams.
It's almost like the draft is designed that way.
So
yeah, but like sometimes the bad ones have like a good off season, and then going into the draft, you're like, okay, they just need this pick, and then it'll be a fun team to watch, like how the Browns kind of turned it around. But like none of these teams all of a sudden are inspiring, fans heading into this year.
That's fair.
So tackles are falling. We're on to pick 6, and not a single tackle has been taken.
Trade next year 2nd to go up.
It's 3 edges and 2 corners. No wide receivers.
All right. So does Carolina go quarterback here, or do they take the first O lineman?
I doubt they go quarterback just because those 2 top tackle prospects are in their lap.
Wow. He's excited for Thibodeau. That's cool.
Apparently,
You
he
see
practices
Steps?
handshakes with these guys.
Who, Goodell?
Goodell. Yeah, whenever you see like a special handshake or whatever, he'll actually practice that with the player before they get picked.
That's cute.
I thought Thibodeau was doing like the rocket power handshake with Goodell, but then turned into something else.
Rocket power shout out.
I would also headbutt Thibodeau if I was on stage.
All right, what are we thinking here for Carolina? They sure are taking their time. 4
Yeah.
minutes left.
I hope they take Kenny Pickett so badly.
I know.
Do they go QB? I'm thinking offensive line.
Why is one of his trades simply get off with 2 exclamation points? And Sean Merriman? Word?
Yeah.
But like, okay.
So Carolina's going to go tackle here.
I would sure think so.
So what if Neal or Icky winds up at like 12 or 13 and nobody's taken him yet? How would you guys feel about trading up for him? Just hypothetically.
I would immediately.
You have to at least.
I would sell
entertain the
next
thought.
year second.
Totally.
Let's see here. You said 12 or 13? Let's say it's 13 with Houston. That's 1150, 950, so 200 points. That's either the third rounder this year or probably their second next year. So, yeah, could get it done.
Yeah, I doubt they'd want to trade this year's without
Yeah.
a second already.
For sure.
But
Cam Irving is the scheduled starter for Carolina at left tackle. So tackle makes a lot of sense here.
So Carolina had Greg Little, but he hasn't panned out.
Oh,
And
heavens no.
Didn't they have another guy that was kind of a semi-high draft pick that also didn't turn out?
Taylor Moton, right tackle.
Taylor Moton, that's right.
mhm.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
They brought in Austin Corbett this offseason along with Bradley Bozeman at center and then Pat Elflein at left guard. Left tackle.
Oh, so they
need help, man.
Bozeman and Corbett. Did you say Austin Corbett?
Yeah, they brought him in this offseason.
Hey, Carolina's running this clock down.
Yeah, they need help. This has to be a tackle.
on the edge at least.
They're probably trying to trade it.
They might be looking to move back. It says pick is in on my side.
217.
Yep, same here.
Whatever happened to Greg Little? I don't see him on the roster. He's at Miami Dolphin. So, no, he's not even there anymore. So,
I just really need Penning off this board, man.
he didn't play last year.
Who is your worst case scenario?
At 17?
At 17.
At 17.
Probably Penning for me.
Okay.
You guys are haters.
Okay, Mike. What about you?
It would be worst case scenario. Top 4 tackles are gone. Jameson Williams, Drake London, and Olave are all gone, and then Jordan Davis is gone. I think that's the worst case scenario situation. So you're looking at Garrett Wilson, Devontae Wyatt, and then or one of the top cornerbacks left. I wouldn't want to make that pick. I'd probably trade back.
Stanley? Are you a hater too, or
It's kind of a coin flip between Penning and McDuffie for me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Jamie?
I'd say for me, it's a coin flip between Penny, McDuffie, and Lloyd.
Oof.
I have
Linebacker.
McDuffie rated a little bit higher than Lloyd and Penning, but I don't want to any of those three.
What's the biggest knock on Penning besides the fact that he played at an FCS school?
His technique is all over the place, and despite how athletic he is, he doesn't move well getting to the second level. And so you're having to correct all of that while also moving him to right tackle.
So him working with Duke doesn't breed any more confidence.
I mean, he's working with Duke, but that's like a month and a half worth of work to correct years of muscle
Bad
memory.
technique.
I feel like it's just a massive projection to assume he can immediately step in and be like what he was hyped up to be like 2 months ago, 3 months ago before all this.
I mean,
it out.
Working with Duke is a really good start. Like, I'm glad he realized he needed to go out and like start working with one of the best offensive line gurus available. But like, he then has to continue that while also moving over to the right side and taking on the AFC West of pass rushers twice a year. Like, that's a rough ask.
and he's a penalty machine. That's unlikely to get a whole lot better right away. It's probably going to take some time.
Yeah, you guys heard Pipkins is working with Duke too, right?
Yeah.
Right?
I think he was last year too. Like I remember seeing him like in the background in pictures last off season. And he you know, as much as we talk shit about Pipkins, like in his limited appearances last year
He was
on the
good.
right side, he was not bad. Like I was surprised when they put Storm back in.
Yeah, he was solid.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like he at least earned the right to a few more tries after that, right? Like he performed so well in that game at right tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we talked enough about that second Chiefs game where Pipkins started, and like we didn't come away from that game saying Pipkins was the reason we lost. Pipkins caused this. Pipkins caused that. We didn't have a single thing to actually say about Pipkins' performance. He didn't like do anything that made us talk super positively about him. We definitely didn't like afterwards of the game be like, yeah, Pipkins blew this play, that play. Like that's a big deal.
Pipkins played really well against the Broncos, and he played really well against the Chiefs. That Chiefs game, though, that like their entire defensive line was out, and the Chargers just ran the ball down.
I think at the end of the day, we should all be rooting for Pipkins in a manner of speaking, because like he saved the Chargers, having to spend a pick on that position, and if we felt comfortable at all, I think we'll just do wonders for the team. All right, so Icky.
Yep. This is Chargers #1 tackle on the board, and they're number 3 overall.
Hell yeah.
Prospect.
Dude, he is a thick dude up high. Holy cow.
Is that the Nigerian flag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dope.
Dude, he is so like
dude is sweet. Man.
He wishes he was Forrest Lamb.
There's
So there was this whole the stat that I don't know if anyone listens to Draft Dudes podcast, but they Joe Marino always points out that they've had a different starter at left tackle for like the last 6, 7, 8 years. It's crazy. So having some sort of stability at the left side, they need this at Carolina, man. Such a good pick for them.
So this was. So is it their top 3 off the Chargers board?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've got Hutchinson as their #1. They had Thibodeau, who just went at 2. Icky was 3. Stingley was 5. So they still got one more play left on their top 5.
Which was who again?
Evan Neal at 4.
I think OL. I mean, again,
so,
Giants back up. So
yeah, for man, to come away with Thibodeau and Evan Neal would be killer for the Giants.
And if they're dead set on moving Tony, wide receiver could be an option. They got Galladay and Shepard outside of Tony.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we get some quarterbacks coming in though? Like, can we get some of that happening?
I know.
Watching this NC State film with Bam Knight gets me excited for day 3, because I'm just like, someone fun's gonna get picked. I'm really excited.
I like Bam. Bam's fun.
Day 3 is going to be fun having all those damn picks, man.
Imagine on day 3 getting someone like Bam Knight, who had 3 kickoff returns for touchdown, 2 over 100 yards, stuff like that is really cool. Where you're like, okay, who's this dude? Oh wait, he did what in college, and we got him in the 6th round. That's crazy.
So if the tackles were to go here, you'd hope that Neal goes. If it's going to go now, so that way you've got a long fall to Penning. You got 9 or 10 picks.
Yeah, if our goal is to have Penning off the board, we want Neal to go here, and then we want Cross to go pretty quick after.
Yeah.
And then someone gets desperate and trades up for him. Cowboys.
Giants picker is already in. I bet you that's Evan Neal.
They ran Pickett to the podium.
It was just like Thibodeau.
We can hope.
It's like it came so quick.
Atlanta seems like they could throw a wrench in everything and take Willis.
For sure.
Here.
Yeah.
I was thinking wide receiver for sure, but Willis would be, yeah. What, they just have Mariota for 1 or 2 years, right?
1 year, I think.
Yeah.
Shoot. Yeah, easy. Ouch.
Seattle's supposedly in love with Penning, so I hope that's where he goes.
Yeah, Hayden was saying that one of his guys was saying they really like Penning.
Good.
Just need one.
Yeah. You hope that the guy who loves him is the GM, and he's like, you know what, guys, I'm doing it.
Rapshi just said that the Panthers are looking to trade for Baker.
I know there's apparently been a bunch of reports about them not liking each other, but that match makes too much sense.
All right, here we go.
They have the money. They need the quarterback.
Who's he gonna be?
Are you ahead of us?
Again, yeah.
They just made the pick just now.
Okay, cool. Good.
Yeah,
So
you're
you
not
need
that
a-
far ahead.
Yeah, but you need a pause, bro.
Yeah,
for
about
like
7 seconds or so. I got you.
All right, so Evan Neal goes here to the Giants.
Cool.
So here we go. Run on tackles.
That's a pretty nice haul with Thibodeau and Neal.
God, really good.
A good pair to come out of the first with.
Man.
Just showing Neal highlights, seeing some Jameson Williams highlights. Man, that makes me excited for 17. I hope he lasts.
There you go. Chargers top
man.
5 board gone, as we had thought.
So is Evan Neal getting switched to right tackle, or would they move Thomas over?
I'd say they probably moved Neal back over to right. Because wasn't Thomas like always left tackle, and Neal was right until this last year, right?
I thought Thomas was right tackle his first year when Isaiah Wynn was their left tackle. So I think they both have snaps on either side of the field.
Isaiah Wynn was in New England, not with the Giants.
No, we're talking about in college.
College.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Thomas has played both tackle spots. And Neal apparently has played both tackle spots and both guard spots, or at least the coaches say he can.
Yeah, Neal's
The Bama
played everywhere.
coaches.
Let's see. I'm going to look at our boards here, Jamie. So I've got Kyle Hamilton still with a first-round grade. Jamie, you've got Garrett Wilson, Traylon Burks, Dax Hill, Olave, Linderbaum. Still available. What?
They're just showing some Evan Neal workouts on ESPN, and that's insane.
He's a freak.
Oh my god.
I was listening to a radio show earlier in the week, and they were saying that they have, I guess Bama has this like fifth quarter workout ritual that they do where they challenge everybody after practice to run sprints or whatever. And they said that Neal routinely outruns the receivers and the corners in the sprints.
They got some slow wideouts over there.
Jesus Christ.
Like you guys are
He weighs
talking like
330 pounds.
Oh, come on. We could all do that. Right?
Totally, absolutely.
No.
No,
And that's for evidence.
dude, that
Stanley, you
video-
start.
That video's so bad. Holy shit.
Done. I just did it. You guys didn't see that?
Oh, nope. I missed it.
I can't do it again. That's my 1 rep max.
Oh, man. He's awesome.
All right. Are we going to get our first wild card here with Atlanta?
We're gonna get some
This has to be
trades.
Willis, right?
This is
It's
going to
gotta
be
Willis.
Jermaine. This is going to be Jermaine Johnson.
You think
See,
so?
I
I think it's
I
a wide
was
receiver
hoping
spot.
it's a quarterback or Drake London.
There were some whispers about London earlier in the week going to Atlanta.
Their wide
Yeah.
receivers. Wide receivers are Bird, Zacchaeus, and Tate.
Yeah,
I mean,
because Ridley's out, Julio's gone.
The Falcons roster is super sad right now.
Yeah.
And what makes it more sad is they have no cap space to improve it.
Right. I mean, it's hideous. It's absolutely hideous. They don't have wide receivers. They don't have a quarterback. They don't have edge rushers. It's really bad.
They just signed Lorenzo Carter. I know a lot of us were fans of him. But yeah,
The top
they're rough.
players are Christian
rough.
Wilkins, AJ Terrell, Deion Jones, and Cordero Patterson. They do not have anything. Okay. After this pick, I gotta stop into SB Nation's draft show just for a bit to say hi. All right.
Okay.
I know all you guys can hold it down.
Bye
without me.
forever.
They're just
I'll pick
doing
us
the
in.
first. They're just doing the first 10 picks, and so I'm gonna stop by just to talk
Pick us
about
in.
something. I don't know.
I'm shocked at no trades so far in the top 10.
I'm kind of not, like we talked about it off the rip. That,
Richard,
like,
relax.
there's not a lot of really good people. So
Oh, wow.
Hey, also don't tip picks, okay, chat?
Someone tipped
Thanks.
it. Oh.
We've had some new guys come in who
Yeah,
didn't hear
just
it. And
FYI.
Yeah.
We're all trying to get to it live unless you're in this and you see the private chat.
I'm not going to
So
see the pick live. These guys are going to see it, and I just have to deal with it. So
Yeah.
that's how it is.
everybody's seen it that is
Yeah,
caught up with us. All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's that wideout pick.
Drake
Yeah.
London, baby.
London, okay.
All
Glad
right.
it wasn't Williams. Glad it wasn't Williams.
Number one of the 4 names we didn't want on this list at 17. One of them was Drake London.
Hey, it makes a ton of sense for them though. Like that's honestly that's a big help for their offense. They needed someone like him.
London's not terrible. He
No.
would not be a good fit for the Chargers.
I
And
actually
I'm
liked
glad
him a
he's
lot.
gone.
Again, just not for the Chargers.
So he's gone. So now it's Penning.
Did you guys see all these
Lloyd.
ridiculous Keenan Allen comps for London this week?
Yeah, let's not even give them an acknowledgement.
Makes
because
no
that's
sense.
ridiculous.
My God, everybody's Keenan Allen this week. It's crazy.
My year-old niece could see that.
I
That makes no
don't
fucking sense.
understand it.
I'll be back.
Oh, Garrett's out.
Wow, this is
He's
probably
there forever
when
now,
I
too.
leave too, and everyone can freak out and think the show's over. All right, I am gonna go stop in for a little bit. I'll be back once either the 10th
So-
pick is going on or right after it.
I don't know what's going
Bolt
on.
up, baby.
Did anybody else catch that kid in the Liberty jersey standing in the hallway that greeted London when he got his Falcons hat?
No.
No, I didn't.
Wonder if maybe
Was it Malik Willis still in uniform?
Willis
Because he
is-
loves
he-
football
if-
so much.
if it was him, he shrunk about a foot. But
He loves football so
Seahawks.
much he's in uniform.
Seahawks. What are we thinking for Seahawks here? They can go a lot of different ways.
They
I
can
heard-
go a lot of different ways.
I think the rumor today was that they love Willis. It was either Willis or Pickett. I can't remember.
That
which one.
that
I
would be
think it was
fun.
That wouldn't surprise me.
The dream here is that they, despite Cross being gone on the board, they take Penning.
Oh man, yeah, because their starting left tackle's Stone Forsythe.
Yeah. Yeah, they could go Cross here. I
It's
could
not
see
a real
that.
person.
Drake London did a 540 dunk 4 years ago. Everyone get hyped.
It's residual hype.
All right. This was the Broncos' original pick, right? Seattle here.
I think
This
so.
is This was part of
Yes.
the Wilson trade.
Yes. Yeah, because Seattle had traded theirs before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that
Yeah.
for the
Yeah, it was one of the Jets picks.
safety? It was
for Adams.
Thank you, Jamal Adams.
All right, I just saw a tweet that said the Seahawks are taking calls trying to trade down. That's what the delay is. They want
That's
out.
bad
Really?
news.
Yeah. Well, so I get the yeah. Apparently, the rumors are that there's teams wanting to come up for a wide receiver and teams wanting to come up for Cross.
Cool. Whoa.
So this might be this might be our first trade here.
They just compared Drake London to Larry Fitzgerald.
Wow.
Wow.
Drake London is every wide receiver. So Garrett, right as you were coming on, it looks like the reason Seattle's taking so long here is they're trying to trade down, and they've got like a couple teams on the phone.
They aren't. They made a pick, and I already know who it is.
Oh, all right, sweet. Cool.
You shut that shit down, didn't he?
All right, got it.
Look in the private chat.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we'll let that simmer.
Damn.
I bet they were trying to trade down and just didn't get anything that they thought was worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Not gonna say anything there, but want to.
I'm getting texts already, so I'm gonna have to turn this off at some point, so I don't get spoiled here.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
And then 10 is the Jets again.
And we think that's where they're going to go wide receiver again, right? Or with their second pick.
Man, I'm already
They could go wide receiver there.
I'm already forgetting who they get in the first.
Well, they took Thibodeau,
Sauce.
wasn't it?
No.
It was Sauce.
Sauce.
It
That's
was
right.
Sauce.
Yeah,
They
Giants.
could be an
took-
edge rusher or an offensive.
Yeah, they
lineman
could go
there.
Jermaine.
Johnson. If you guys said you guys saw something about them in love with him, I mean,
Yeah,
Johnson
they
is
could
there.
go Jermaine.
Jermaine Johnson would make sense. Cross would make sense. Oh, Cross just went though. Oh,
All right. Well,
sorry.
I thought someone else was
Jamie!
going to say it. I thought someone else was going to say it, but you did it to yourself.
You tipped it.
breaking news: Jamie's got a guy.
Beat it. Yeah, Jamie's got a guy that could tell him who the pick is. He's got a guy who's got a guy.
That's great.
Hmm.
That was your one.
That was my
They're
one.
at your door because you're tipping picks, man.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
gonna
that's
stay out of the private chat from now on.
that's the police knocking on your door. We sent them over for tipping picks. Whoop whoop.
It's the sound of the police.
Jamie tipped the pick. Oh, that's great. We got a whole. We were just yelling at the chat. Yeah, so Charles Cross is going to go at 9. So
I'm so
that
happy it wasn't me.
you only get one, Jamie. You only get
I'm
one.
just gonna stay out of the private chat from now on. It's all that water. It went to my head. Sorry, guys.
You're not drinking?
No, I've got a meeting at 7:45, so I'm trying to.
Oof.
Bummer.
Gross.
Yeah, so we know Seahawks. That's done and over with. Jets.
Yeah, I could see Jermaine here.
Jermaine, yeah. That'd be a good catch.
If the Becton rumor is true, this could be Penning. Although that would be hilarious to see them give up on Penning this early and then give up on Becton this early and take Penning.
They could take him, move him to right. I mean, they have George Fant right now. I think every pick that comes up, we're going to be hoping that somehow it's Penning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this could be Penning here.
Yeah,
I'm looking at the Chargers pick, and I'm trying to see where Kyle Hamilton's going to fall.
Washington. There's been so much smoke about that.
Well, so the Washington has been smoked for Kyle Hamilton and either of the Ohio State wide receivers.
Either of the Ohio State?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're apparently very high on both Olave and Wilson. We just need.
All right, so Seahawks went cross, right?
Yes, that's been announced.
Okay, good.
It's
That's
still
official.
on the screen.
Luckily, we don't. Luckily, Nicholas is bringing the positivity in the chat. I see you.
He always does.
Always a ray of sunshine.
Yeah, he really is. He's just a joy, you know.
Honestly, the huge drink could be in celebration or in mourning, so that's fair. Honestly.
Yeah, if you're not already on your way to being drunk, then you're not going to enjoy the penning pick.
Well, shit, I'm vastly behind, aren't I?
I know.
Yeah, I just opened my second one, so
Hurry
hopefully we'll
up.
be good by then.
Be right back then.
Oh man.
So who do you think here to the Jets, Garrett?
I want to say wide receiver. So I'm going to say Garrett Wilson.
All right.
I say Garrett goes here. What about you guys?
I'm thinking either wide receiver or Jermaine Johnson. Probably Jermaine.
Oh, Jermaine.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Jermaine too.
That's a good one.
I hope it's Penning. I think it's Jermaine.
Yeah, because they're not going to do quarterback.
No. Nope.
Man, hoping a quarterback, at least one was going to be taken in the first 10, but ain't going to happen. But I guess that could be good if they're sitting there and a team like Pittsburgh wants to move up.
Somebody could still trade up.
Yeah, our biggest hopes right now are New Orleans taking Penning or somebody moving up for him.
I mean, if they really want to move on from Becton, I could still see the Jets taking Penning. Plus, it's the Jets, and they're going to screw it up somehow. So why not with Penning?
Yeah. Let's hope. Oh, Jets offered this pick to the 49ers. They're not going to take it. This has got to be a wide receiver. This is probably.
You think receiver?
I think it's Garrett Wilson. That was my guess. Stanley thinks Jermaine Johnson. Jamie thinks Jermaine.
Give me a second. Jets. Obviously, the hope is pending, but yeah, no, Jermaine makes a lot of sense here, especially with that rumor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pick is in. Baltimore supposedly loves Penning too. So
fantastic.
I've heard Baltimore linked to so many people. Like I heard they love Jordan Davis. I heard they love Penning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then DJ had them going Jordan Davis. Yeah.
I think there's a really good chance we get to 17 and Davis and Karlaftis and probably Dax and McDuffie
Jameson
are still
Williams
on the board.
Say Jameson Williams.
Jameson Williams. Good. Put that out there.
Let's go.
Probably Olave too. And Zion.
I think Olave is probably for sure going to be there, honestly. And that's I have a feeling that will end up being the pick, but
yeah, the other like weird scenario, like I mentioned earlier, with like Penning being on the board and then the Chargers actually trading back and somebody coming up to that spot to get Penning. The other one I've seen too is like Olave or Jameson being there and the Packers wanting to come up and get a wide receiver.
definitely. Okay, I'm not seeing tips yet. That's good.
Then don't go in the private chat.
Oh,
All right,
okay.
here he comes to the podium.
The Chargers' number 1 wide receiver on their big board, Garrett Wilson, gone.
Or at least
No,
Telesco's number one.
Tom
wide receiver.
Telesco,
Number one
excuse
wide
me.
receiver.
Okay, well, Telesco's number 1 wide receiver, Garrett Wilson.
He's a
going to
good
the
wide
Jets.
receiver, man.
He's good.
I did not want him for the Chargers, but he's very good.
Yep, you echoed my sentiment. So I was right, Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
All right, good job.
It wasn't Jermaine Johnson. I wasn't tipped then when you asked me because it was like right after the pick. So Washington. So Kyle Hamilton, we think maybe.
Well, yeah, I think their top 2 right now are Hamilton and Olave, based on what I've heard.
I think Hamilton goes in the next 3 picks. That's my guess.
Well, I mean, none of the guys we had hoped would fall have fallen, but none of like realistic options like Jameson is still there in terms of wide receivers.
Yeah, I'm thinking this. I would bet on Hamilton here. What's their? Oh,
Nick,
I think
is that right?
Washington's trading back.
Oh,
with who? With who?
Oh,
I don't know.
please let this be someone.
I haven't been looking at my phone, but
come up for Penning, please.
The Saints.
The Saints. Oh, this could be Penning.
It's the Saints.
It's the Saints.
It's either a wide receiver or Penning.
You don't think they trade up with a quarterback?
No, they just they're. I think they're fine keeping Jameis Winston for a year.
Jameson Dalton.
I think they're coming up for an offensive lineman or a wide receiver.
Michael Thomas,
Man,
Marquis, Callaway, and Trayvon Smith. They could be wide receiver. James Hurst, they're starting left tackle, so that's a big need.
But do they see Garrett Wilson going and go, man, we got to grab our?
I mean, okay, so they've gone
receiver?
small school before. I don't, they went Armstead before.
Armstead's gone. So
No, I know, but I'm saying like they've gone small school for their tackle before.
Yeah. Oh, right. So yeah, I'm just saying if they want to replace Armstead,
dude, if they go up for Penning, that will be our first Ruben. This will be the first place to clip for next year.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna be more excited about them taking the Saints taking Penning, and then the Chargers will draft Zion Johnson. We're like, oh, cool, okay,
yeah, golf clap.
Right on.
It'll be worse. They'll come up for Penning. We're gonna be like, ah, and then they're gonna take McDuffie, and all of us are gonna be like.
Nick says if it's Penning, we're doing shots.
Oh, dude, yeah, I'm putting a straw in this. If they take McDuffie, I'm putting a straw.
I love it. Sadly, I've moved most of my liquor, so I don't know if I have anything to do shots with.
Oh, great! Now I gotta go.
So it's gonna be.
I gotta retype this banner now.
Saints are trading the 16th pick, a 3rd rounder, and a 4th rounder to Washington for pick 11.
Sorry, what were the terms again?
Saints move back to 16. And they get a 3rd rounder
Washington,
and a 4th.
Washington
Sorry,
moves back to 16.
Excuse me. Washington moves back to 16, picks up the Saints 3rd rounder and 4th rounder. Washington gets 11.
So Saints kept their other man. Okay.
So Saints are going to be, or Washington's going to be right in front of the Chargers now. Hopefully that's like Kyle Hamilton territory. I'm less scared of Washington right in front of the Chargers than New Orleans.
Yeah.
Come get your boy.
Let it be Penny. Let's finish out this tackle run.
Man, if they go quarterback.
Or that. That'd be fine. Because they're one of the teams that was wide receiver option. So
Washington is getting pick 16, 98, and 120.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
The only worry with me now with Washington at 16 is Washington is either hoping Hamilton falls or they're taking a wide receiver.
Who Washington is?
Yeah.
At 16 for Hamilton.
Yeah. So like if Hamilton goes before 16, then Washington's almost for sure taking a wide receiver, and that kind of sucks.
Craig's trying to shit on everybody's parade over here. What if this is Olave?
I mean, it could be.
That's what I was just saying. If they saw Garrett Wilson go, we got to get one of our guys. If it's
Just please don't be
Jameson, but I mean, how are you going to throw to Jameson if you don't have a left tackle?
That's what I'm saying, man. Penning.
Gotta have that tackle.
Gotta be Penning. Gotta be Penning.
You got to have that.
We deserve nice
unreal
things.
Athlete.
Got to be Penning.
The elite traits, man. Gotta have them.
Speak it into existence. Let's go.
Polish them up. Polish up that turd. I mean, that stud.
Oh, man. Apparently, the Jets rejected the trade that the 49ers had involving Debo for the 10th pick. Huh. Interesting. That's Albright saying it, but, you know. Ah, come on.
Someone in chat saying, could this be for Jermaine? I mean, they have Cam Jordan and Marcus Davenport. Maybe. And then Peyton Turner, who they took last year as well. I don't know if they would do that. 3 out of 5 years.
Aren't Jordan and Davenport both getting paid pretty well?
They are, and they also already have Peyton Turner, who they took in the first last year, behind them. So, not that it's impossible, but it'd be a little bit of a surprise to me. Jordan still has one more actual year on his deal. Same thing with Davenport. This is his last real year, so maybe.
Man, come on. Who did they move up? What is that? 6 spots? 5 spots? To take.
They it was to get at the end of the tail end of this tackle run. That's what it was. Has to be.
That's the dream.
We're not accepting other outcomes right now.
Okay.
No tipping picks, guys. I know I did.
Oh, was that a tip?
Yeah.
Put up the banner, Stanley.
Will do.
Hey, Mr. Hey, don't do that. Stop that.
Stop it. Stop it.
There's a bolts up on stage. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Why is that happening?
Oh.
Jamie, is that James dude?
That's Eck.
Hey, so this isn't a tip pick, but the Lions just traded back up, and the Lions are on the clock now.
Oh, 34-32 probably.
Quarterback.
Lions are on.
Right?
What is Eckler doing? What is Eckler and Tony Gonzalez doing on stage for the Saints pick?
It's got to be some kind of a charity thing, right?
I have no idea. My mind's
Maybe.
muted.
The NFL is acquiring Twitch.
They have Amon-Ra St. Brown and DJ Chark. I don't think wide receiver.
It's got to be.
Oh! They're promoting him on is it the Amazon booth? He got the job with for Amazon, huh?
The Lions, man. And who they trade? They traded with who?
Minnesota.
Ooh, okay.
Oh,
Who
just announce the pick.
who do the Lions have at wide receiver?
They have DJ
St.
Chark they
Brown.
just signed, Josh Reynolds, and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh yeah, so they're not going to go. St. Brown was a monster last year.
And
And
DJ
they
Chark
just got
got
Chark. So
They're good at tackle.
okay. So the terms
it's
were
probably going to be Malik.
you
go
had
ahead.
the Vikings gave up 12 and 46 for 32, 34, and 66.
Hmm.
Say that again.
Yeah, this definitely is not going to be a tackle, so we
Yeah.
can ignore that.
What was the trade comp, Stanley? Or
I'm
Steps?
gonna get it up right now.
It was 12 and 46, so a first and a second for the 32, 34, and 66.
Boy, I'm afraid that the Lions are trying to get a wide receiver just like the Saints did.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about Josh wanting to put someone over Josh Reynolds.
All right, so Saints picked
I'm hoping that's a guess and not a
Chris Olave.
tip.
So that's out.
Although if that is a tip, I hope it's right.
I would think the Lions got to be for Willis or Pickett. That's my guess.
I would hope Will. I would think Willis.
It's crazy. It's an in-division trade too.
Oh
Matt-
shit! I didn't even think about that.
Man, this is. Boy, I hope Detroit takes a quarterback. Because I got a feeling it's Jameson.
Yeah, that would kind of stink because then all the wide receivers we want at 17 are gone, and Penning is still there, and Lloyd is still there.
And the problem, if it's a wide receiver, is when does Penning go? Baltimore?
Maybe.
Unless Houston wants to get a right tackle.
What's Washington's offensive line look like?
Washington's OL. We got Charles Leno Jr. at left. So from left to right, it's Leno Jr., Norwell, Chase Roulier, Wes Schweitzer, and Sam Cosmi.
Yeah, they just took Cosme last year.
They just brought in Norwell this offseason. Charles Leno, it's his second year there. Probably not a tackle.
This is not shaking out good.
The board is not falling well.
No, it's not.
Falling perfect for a trade back.
That please
That is for sure.
let someone come up and get a quarterback.
20, 22, 28.
And the Lions pick is already in.
I mean, it looks like several people have already been have already tipped it. So
They have?
you had
In the chat?
yeah, someone said it at 626. I'm guessing that was a tip, not just a guess. Because there are several wows.
Man, there are a lot of. I don't know if there's any new people, but guys.
Oh my gosh!
Please.
All right, so and now the Eagles have traded up and are on the clock.
Oh
at
my!
13.
Yo, these picks are good. Moving. Chargers, get in on this.
It's
and
like it
move
hit 10 and
back.
Move
the
back.
trades started happening, man. Jeez.
That's 3 trades in a row?
Yeah. All right, so Eagles just traded up.
Yep.
Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson. So, yeah.
They give me their tackles.
Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson. And they still have Andre Dillard on the roster, too.
They have no idea what to do with him.
I cannot believe he hasn't been anything yet. I am shocked.
Yeah.
And didn't they give Jordan like a big contract?
Cross.
Yeah, Jordan Mailata is signed through 2025, so that's not. Yeah.
This ticker's cool, Stanley.
Thanks.
Up in the game.
I'm manually doing all of it. That's why it keeps disappearing and reappearing for any of you who are wondering.
Oh man.
I'm getting the details right now. So it's Texans get 15, 124,
5.
Texans get 15, 124, and 162 to move back 2 spots.
Yeah, both of the Eagles tackles are signed through 2025, so I don't think that's going to be a thing.
So the Vikings moved down to the last pick, moved to the first of the second, but swapped their second, and then picked up a third.
Yeah, early third.
Does that seem right? That doesn't seem right to me.
For the Lions trade?
Yeah. They moved all the way
Well, no,
from
they
12 to 32.
Yeah, and then moved up 9 spots in the second.
Yeah, they only moved up 9 spots in the second, gave their second away, so they swapped seconds, and then just picked up a third.
I must have wanted him pretty badly.
All right, they're finally announcing the Lions pick, even though all we can know what it is for 5 minutes.
This is what I was afraid of.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That one hurts.
NFL.
Damn,
That
it
one hurts.
stings. Fuck. He was the last wide receiver off the board, too. Man.
It feels rough.
That's a rough one.
Why does Jared Goff get nice things?
He's just going to waste them.
So they signed Chark.
Goff is not going to be able to utilize this dude, right? This
They've
sucks.
got St. Brown. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
This is rude to everyone in the fantasy and football watching.
Yeah,
community.
this is Tyreek Hill to Miami vibes. Just going to get wasted. Though Tyreek sucks, so I don't feel so bad for him. But, man. All right, so Jamison Williams is gone, which means it's Philadelphia, Baltimore, Houston, and Washington.
So
Could
are
the
you guys
Eagle-
all out on Burks at 17? Like nobody here wants Burks?
I'd be good with Burks.
I like Burks and preferred on a trade back, but
Especially-
I wouldn't be mad.
Especially with so many mocks recently predicting Burks to the Chiefs, which would literally ruin my whole week.
I just don't love the fit. To be honest, I don't think he's a bad player.
I think it's a great fit because he's so good after the catch for Yak, making people miss, running through tackles, and he can make plays deep. I think he's going to be a better version of Mike Williams.
Yeah, like when you look at his heat map for his catches and then look at Herbert's heat map for his passes last year, they're like a mirror image.
So did you see what happened, Mike?
So I know who the Lions pick is, but that's about it.
So
I know
you saw
Philly just
four.
traded up.
Yeah, all 4 wide receivers are gone now,
Yep.
Eagles pick is in.
and the Eagles traded up.
I think the other thing with Burks too is he was such a bad route runner in 2020, and he became so much better in 2021. I think there's still a lot of room for him to improve in that regard. I think he could add a lot to the offense.
You know, I just realized that Kyle Hamilton is still on the board.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Kyle Hamilton is obviously one name, but who else is still on the board that you're really surprised is still there?
Jermaine Johnson. Jordan Davis was expected to go somewhere around here, but he's still a name that I would definitely like at 17.
I'm surprised that Penning is still on the board. I mean, he's mean, he's nasty.
Yeah.
Like, I am surprised
son of a
that
bitch.
nobody has run that pick to the podium yet. Like, this is
Absolutely.
Woo.
I think the only real surprise to me is Hamilton. I think everything else was a crapshoot, but Hamilton is the one that surprises me.
Did his 40 really scare off that many teams.
This could be Hamilton.
I think it's more than his 40 personally.
Man. So Philly moved up how many spots?
2.
Oh, just a couple. Yeah, okay.
Just to get in front of Baltimore.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jermaine Johnson at 17 would be beautiful.
That would be.
I would take that in a minute. Yep.
Yeah, they're gonna have a couple good edge options on the clock on the board at 17, and then they're gonna disappoint all of us.
So we know like Washington's front seven is stacked enough, at least that front line. I don't think that's a Jermaine Johnson landing spot. But with Houston and Baltimore, like I don't think the Eagles are picking Johnson here. That's just a gut feeling. I don't think Baltimore actually, that might be a decent landing spot for him now that I think about it. I don't think Houston would take him.
I would think Johnson and Hamilton and Davis all make sense for Baltimore.
So who's everybody's top 3 right now? Still left on the board. Where it sounds like we all agree on Jermaine Johnson. Everybody got Jermaine in your top 3?
Yeah, I'd say Jermaine in no order: Jermaine Johnson, Jordan Davis, and then I gotta say Penning because I want to tackle. But yeah,
Okay.
I replaced Penning with Hamilton, and that's mine.
Yeah. Jamie?
My top 3 in terms of grades, not necessarily the way I would draft, are Burks, Daxton Hill, and Tyler Linderbaum.
So who would you go here?
I would take
you were-
Dax. That's who I would take.
Well, top 3. So Dax, who else?
My top 3, the top 3 that I would take,
Yeah, if you're drafting right now.
probably Dax. Hang on a sec. Let me pull up my list here.
Karlaftis, Nick says Karlaftis is now almost guaranteed to be there at 17. Yeah, I would think so.
I love Karlaftis.
Unless Houston does it. But with Johnson still on the board.
I think for me, it would probably come down to Dax, Burks, and Zion Johnson at this point.
So no Jordan Davis, no Kyle Hamilton, no Jermaine Johnson?
Hamilton would probably be number 4 on that list. Davis is a little further down my list. Jermaine Johnson is – where is Johnson? He's further down than – actually, he's right ahead of Jordan Davis. So
I think I might agree with Bryson Sherman right there.
What about you, Stanley? Who's your top 3?
My top 3 right now would probably for the Chargers, based on who's left, would be trade down Jermaine Johnson and Zion.
Well, we'd all like trade down, but what about 3 players? Zion, Jermaine, and
Zion, Jermaine, and
it's Burks.
Yeah, I'd go Burks over Hamilton.
It's like Stanley. We talked for like 6 months about love for Burks.
It's Zach Tom. He's on my top 3 for every single round. Put some respect on his name.
Burks is tied for wide receiver 1 for me. So, and he's right.
I would not hate Burks at all here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I liked what Bryson Sherman said in the chat. Green Bay, come get Burks. Last good wide receiver available.
Yeah, Cowboys come get Penning, or Packers come get Burks. Like somebody come get somebody. Steelers come get Willis.
Somebody, anybody.
Who's at 16 now?
Washington.
Yeah,
it's right there in the banner.
It's gonna go Philly. Yeah, look at the banner. Philly, Baltimore.
You're right.
Houston, Washington.
Lloyd would definitely be a disaster of a pick. Let's hope that isn't a thing. They are taking their time with this pick.
Just the announcement of it.
Well, yeah, it's
Boy.
Ravens pick is already in, apparently.
Well, this Philly pick is taking forever.
Mm-hmm. These high school kids.
Goodell was in the bathroom.
They leave to Baltimore for a reason.
Goodell almost looked like those people weren't meant to be on the stage. The way he awkwardly approached them, he was like, It almost looked like people just ran up on the stage.
Hello, fellow kids. Welcome on the stage.
Hi. It's almost like. Did you guys see? What's her name? That actress. Not Olivia Munn. The other one.
Olivia Wilde.
Yeah, Olivia
Olivia
Wilde
Wilde.
got served papers.
On stage. Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny.
Whew. All right. So Jordan Davis off the board.
Yep.
Baltimore's already in. So who do you think Baltimore's got? Because they were tied to Jordan Davis. Who
So
else?
They traded up for Jordan Davis.
Yeah, that's
Man.
Yeah, clearly get in front of Baltimore.
that's a Telesco move.
Oh man.
I could totally see Jermaine Johnson here. I could see Penning here, and I could see Hamilton here.
Where is my Baltimore? There it is.
Yeah, Baltimore has Stanley and Morgan Moses who they just signed.
Boy.
Man, and
Just need one team to take Penning. Just one.
That's a good defensive line for the Eagles. Because they re-signed Cox, right?
Yeah, they still have Cox.
First of all, trade down, you know?
Yeah, trade.
Yeah.
Second of all.
Like
one, trade down. Two, reap all the benefits of getting somebody who's worth the pick there.
round step 3 profit.
Step 3 profit. Exactly.
Yeah, saw a couple of people thinking that Hamilton might be a good fit here, and that would make sense. They have Chuck Clark and Marcus Williams. So they just brought in Marcus Williams, but they have Chuck Clark as their other starting safety.
Man. All right, so he's gone. Who's part of some people. Hey, big fella. On some people's boards. Top 3. This is trade down all the way for me. I mean,
Yeah.
It's getting
Jermaine
there.
Johnson is nice. He's moving up on my list right now, but whew.
I'm just really hoping we're not spending the rest of the night like
What do they do? Yeah, I know.
trying to cope.
There's nothing worse than spending months and months watching lots of
what?
good players for the Chargers to take someone who's not a good player.
Apparently the Eagles just traded up again.
What? With 16 or 15?
I think 15. Did they just trade with Houston twice?
Is Houston getting more picks?
Yeah, they traded up to 15. They just traded with Houston again.
They did?
Yeah.
Is this for Penning?
Yes. Nah, they both their starting tackles are signed until 2025. So probably not.
Perfect. He needs all that time to be developed anyway. It'll work out perfectly.
That is a good situation for him. Wait, who are the Eagles? Lane Johnson and who else?
Jordan Mailata or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
They just re-signed him too.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn. We'll take him. He's a guard, you know? He's probably better inside.
So because my buddy is such a Hurts truther, I would love for this to be a trade up for a quarterback.
Oh, man. Who
Hurts
don't?
truthers exist?
Man, so that means they're probably trading up for Jermaine Johnson, right? Who's their edge players? I'm
Eagles?
just thinking if they want to get up there, there's got to be somebody on the board still left after this Baltimore pick.
Let's see. They have Graham and Derek Barnett and Josh Sweat.
I thought Barnett was a free agent, no? Did he get re-signed, maybe?
Let's
Maybe
see.
he got re-signed.
Our
But
lad's
still.
has there, so
The Sweat
no,
and who
yeah,
else?
he's signed. Derek Barnett, he's signed through the next 2 years, and then
He just got a 2-year deal then.
Brandon Graham, who's been there forever.
Yeah.
So
All right, so Chargers pick in like 4 picks. Man, so Washington doesn't get Kyle Hamilton, which means they need Trevor Penning, right, Stubbs? They've got a
what's up?
They have no offensive line.
Washington?
No tackles.
They've got no
Oh, yeah.
tackles, right?
Yeah, no, they don't.
Whew.
Washington.
This is worst case, boys.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
getting
Washington has
real bad.
Charles Leno and Sam Cosmi. So
Yeah. Oh, the Ravens just traded Marquis Brown to the Cardinals. Is that right?
Oh, apparently.
that's great for the Cardinals.
Hollywood
So-
Brown.
So Kyle
Didn't
Hamilton goes to the Ravens.
They play together.
They wanted Honey Badger, didn't get him.
No, they didn't.
So Kyle Hamilton on a lot of ours top 3 gone. They're sending Hollywood Brown to the.
So
And they
the
didn't take a wide receiver here.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
interesting.
Yeah. 14's Kyle Hamilton. Shit.
All right, so Kyle Hamilton goes. Houston, Washington.
Wow.
One
So
of those two.
the Ravens traded Hollywood Brown and pick 100 to the Cardinals for pick 23.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
So they're probably they're gonna flip Hollywood Brown for like Burks or Sky Moore or somebody.
Or Dotson or
Wow.
something. Yeah. Huh. Wow. Ah, man.
Oh,
Yeah, this is definitely feeling like worst case here, boys.
So with this, I think Baltimore all of a sudden gets in range to pick up Tyler Linderbaum. They got to replace their center, which was Bradley Bozeman, whom one of you said is as somewhere else now with the Panthers.
You're talking about Baltimore?
Yeah. Because you look, so you got Philly again, New Orleans, Pittsburgh, New England, Green Bay. I don't think either of those places are looking for a center.
Yeah, Baltimore is Patrick McCarry is a starting center right now.
Yeah. That's an easy place for Baltimore to pick up a player that is probably going to be amazing for them. That's
all right. I'm shutting down Twitter now because the Chargers are on the clock.
Oh, you already know who the next 2 picks are?
No, I all I've seen sort of, but I just saw I did just see that the Chargers are on the clock. Like the picks have been made.
Oh shoot.
How it still says the Ravens selection. It doesn't even say. Oh, yeah, Ravens selection to me.
Mine
How
says
does it-
Houston's pick is in.
Yeah, me too.
That's so far ahead. Good God.
Oh man. This
All
is
right,
not
so
strong.
okay, we got to go around here. Who?
Do we? Do we really?
Well, who? We want to trade down, right? Okay, now players. Where are you guys at?
Jermaine Burks.
Jermaine for sure. Jermaine for sure.
Yeah, Jermaine Burks.
I get that's kind of a luxury, but man,
If you can't trade back, I'd still take Zion. It is high, but I mean, at least it helps you out a lot more than I think a Trevor Penning would immediately. So, yeah, I'd go Zion, Jermaine, and Burks.
okay. Do we? Yeah, so they're saying Breer has already announced the picks. Do we tip them or no? Just so we get some time to kind of talk about who it's going to be?
Yeah.
All right. We're breaking our rule. So we know Houston is about to take Green. Guard, Kenyon Green. Then we know that Washington is going to take. Well, they're about to announce the Houston pick. Washington. So Kenyon Green's gone, which means now, right in front of the Chargers, Washington goes Jahan Dotson, the wide receiver. So Trevor Penning still on the board. McDuffie still on the board. Devin Lloyd still on the board. So Jermaine for sure. Jermaine, number one. I'm good with Zion. I'm good with Dax.
Burks.
I could get with Burks. I mean, wide receiver 3 for me. I could get with Burks.
Karlaftis.
For sure. Karlaftis.
All right, now I swear to God, no one better tip this fucking thing.
Yeah, don't tip.
I should just close Twitter.
Yeah, okay.
I don't even want to see
I
it.
would probably be a huge fan of Jermaine Johnson here. I think
Okay, I'm going to minimize the chat.
Yeah, so am I.
Go ahead.
I think being able to add a third, like actual impact edge rusher is huge, especially when you consider how easily Joey Bosa can kick inside on passing downs. And I mean, to be able to have a package with that much talent, I think is huge. To be able to say, okay, bring in the third guy, let's rock and roll, and actually have it be a unit that like does something, has the potential to do something consistently. I think that's huge. So I'd probably be big on Jermaine Johnson here.
I think that I mean, so yes, I think you might see his first year getting 35% of snaps or whatever, because he's going to be the number 3 rotation or guy in the rotation, also coming in on third down, pass rushing downs. Like he's going to get plenty of usage now, but it also is a move for the future. Not to mention Mac and Bosa both have injury histories. I know Max is more recent, Bosa more in the past. He's a couple games each year, but it would get a lot of use now, and it would be a plan for the future. So Jermaine Johnson does make a lot of sense.
It's really too bad Ojabo got hurt.
Yeah.
Because he'd be on that short list too. Yeah, no, I think knowing that if you take an edge, he's going to play 30 to 35% of the snaps. It's not like he's going to be sitting on the bench the whole time. Taking somebody like a Karlaftis or a Johnson makes sense.
All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes.
I have Karlaftis graded higher than Johnson, but I might take Jermaine Johnson over Karlaftis because I think it might be a better scheme fit.
Who do you think has the higher ceiling of the two?
Probably Johnson.
That's my thought too. Yeah.
I think Karlaftis is really close to having his frame maxed out.
And Johnson's a dude who came in kind of long and lean at the combine, and we'll probably need to add some muscle too. So, and a guy that doesn't have his frame maxed out. So yeah, having a year to go behind Mac and Bosa and to bulk up a little bit could really help him.
Yeah, and I think Karlaftis might have to play a 5 tech. He might be best suited to playing 4-3 end, which is why I think I'm not entirely sure he's a fit for the Chargers. But yeah, I have Karlaftis 3 points higher, but I think I'd take Johnson over him.
Yeah, Johnson's a hell of a run defender too. So this pick
Right.
He's not only good as a pass rusher, but as a run defender. Damn. Really helped your run defense.
There was I don't remember who came out with the stat, so I can't quote it exactly, but they were talking about the length of time it took for the guys to get the sack for each of their sacks that they got. Jermaine Johnson was one of the lowest, so it took him the longest to get there. But he has a lot of tools there, and I think learning behind or coming up behind Bosa and Mac would be great for someone like him because he has the tools.
Yeah. So we don't want Penning. Nobody really. Well, Mike does. Sorry, I don't want to cut you.
Like,
off.
at this point,
I don't hate McDuffie either, honestly. But he's not in my top 3, but I don't hate him.
Right.
This is a bad spot for the Chargers. It really is. Get the one guy that shouldn't be there is Jermaine Johnson, and he's there, and it'd make a ton of sense. But other than that, all those good players went where they should have. Kenyon Green probably being the one exception outside. Zion should have went before him, but
right. Kenyon Green, Garrett Wilson were 2 picks, 2 guys that we didn't expect to go before 17. So that has pushed players down like we hoped for.
Mm-hmm.
And Kenyon was Houston?
No quarterbacks.
Yep. No quarterbacks. Yeah.
So, and only the 3 tackles. All right. I am not looking at the chat. The chat's minimized. And you guys should.
Where they're at, considering where we're at right now, would anybody in here be okay with Ebiketie at this point?
I like him. I'm part of his fan club, but I still think this is a little rich.
I think this is rich also.
With Jermaine Johnson and Karlaftis still on the board. Sorry, go ahead.
I would have those 2 over him for sure. That third edge, I think, is an important spot to get 100%. I don't mind that. I just think that I had the other 2 above him. I like Ebiketie, but
yeah, but he's a late day 1 guy. Is this like ceiling for me?
Okay,
it's where I feel comfortable taking him. What did you find out the pick?
It's not. No, I don't know the pick, but there's a trade. Titans are planning to trade AJ Brown to the Eagles.
What?
You're kidding?
No. Wow. And then that's it. I'm not checking no more.
Wait a minute. The Titans
They're saying in the chat that our pick has already been announced.
Well, don't look at the chat, so we don't know who it is.
I'm not looking at the chat.
They're not saying who it is. They're just saying that it's been announced.
All right.
So if the Titans or the Eagles get Brown, that means they're probably giving up their 18. So Titans would pick 18, and then they'd pick
Burks.
What would that be? Then they'd have 26 later on. Wow. Why Browns? I didn't realize that situation got that bad.
He's so good.
They need to hurry this up. I need to bounce here in a few minutes.
But what are you doing with that offense then? You can't literally just run it through
Derrick
Henry. So who are you throwing the ball to? I don't remember. I can't think of another receiver they have other than AJ Brown.
Who, Titans?
Yeah, unless I'm crazy.
Tennessee, we got
Adam Humphries. Or no, he went to
Robert Woods. They just traded for, I guess,
right,
and then
was hurt.
Nick Westbrook Ikini.
Okay, so they have nobody.
Des Fitzpatrick, the 4th rounder last year.
Yeah. You can stop there. Nobody. No Julio. No AJ Brown.
So that means they have to pick a receiver with one of these. That whole trade doesn't make sense because they're getting rid of Brown, but if they try to replace him with another receiver, who's left? Because Dotson just went. The other top 4 receivers went.
Burks is still there.
Have to be Burks. Pick is in, by the way, so it's definitely not a trade.
So yeah, I mean, it's not Penning. I wouldn't like McDuffie. I wouldn't like Zion. I can get on board with Dax. I would like Jermaine Johnson. Would be a hell of a lot of fun.
Johnson, Zion, and Hill. Who else was there? I missed someone else, but yeah.
I didn't watch really any safety. So Dax, Hill, whoever loves him the most, talk to me about him.
That's Jamie.
Right?
That'd be me.
Yeah. I like him, but Jamie loves him.
See, I don't think he's a safety. I think he's a corner. I think he's going to, I think a smart defensive coordinator is going to take him and make him a corner. And he's going to play inside, outside. He'll play some free safety, some strong safety, some nickel, and probably some dime linebacker. Good instincts, good ball skills.
Oh, he's coming up.
He's one of the best athletes in the class. I love him.
Okay, don't.
Yeah, he's
okay, hold on. He's about to make the pick.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so far behind. This sucks.
Not penning. Ooh, Zion Johnson.
I'm okay with that. I'm
Hey,
good.
man.
I'm good.
Okay,
Ooh.
here we go. I gotta go
100%.
dark.
So this is by
I'm okay.
far the best guard in this class. He's the best,
Yep.
and he was the Chargers' best interior offensive lineman on their board. He had him
Absolutely.
over Lindstrom. They had him over Kenyon Green. They were number one, so that all checks out. Physical, smart, has the frame to be an outstanding guard. Taking a guard at 17 seems a little rich, but I mean, with the way this board fell, they didn't go penning. You know, this was one of, and we said it right before they picked. This is one of your top 3 players still available. Long, heavy, really physical. I love how he gets low and drives. He rarely gets bull rushed. He's got a really, really good anchor, and he's a finisher who's really, really smart. So this, while it's not the sexiest pick, we would all love Jameson. Having Jermaine Johnson would have been fun, but this was the biggest need. They needed something on the offensive line. They got it right here with the best player available, and they didn't reach for a guy like Penning, which is a blessing, which may push everybody's grade up, but you can't hate on this. This is by far the best guard in this class, the best interior alignment in this class. This makes a ton of sense. This is a great move for the Chargers, and I'm really excited. I'm really, really excited that it was not Trevor Penning.
And you missed the best point, which is he's a left guard, which means they're probably moving Filer to right tackle.
That's good as done. I
deal
think
with Pipkins or some 3rd or 4th or 5th round.
Storm Norton.
They got the best. They got their number 1 rated guard on their board, the best guard in the class, the best interior lineman in the class, with a lot of versatility. And we don't have to watch Norton and Pipkins and some 3rd or 4th round tackle compete at right tackle. It's going to be Filer.
Big fan of moving Filer right tackle now, and Pipkins is now looking like he's going to be battling for if they draft someone at tackle for that swing spot, which makes sense. And if he's as improved as he looked last year, that's a great backup to have there. Not have to expect him to start. You have the right guard spot, which we can now see for Hymas, and if they bring back O'Day or whatever they're going to do there, but that's not nearly as important as you now have Slater and Zion on the left-hand side. That's fantastic. I cannot wait to see those two working next to each other.
All right, guys, I got to run for a little bit. I'll be back. Assuming the draft isn't, the first round isn't over, when my meeting's done, I'll be back.
Okay.
All right.
So I'll see you later.
And see you, Jamie. And how beautiful is it that they can put Zion between Slater and Lindsley? Like absolutely home run of a spot to sit at right now. Have Hymas play right guard, move Filer over to right tackle. It all makes a ton of sense. This is really, really good. I mean, best case scenario here, honestly.
I mean, it's kind of what they wanted to do with Slater last year, right? And the importance of having Filer at that spot is having someone solid next to him. So now you're putting in Zion, having, like you said, Slater and Lindsey. Like it's the perfect landing spot for him. And it helps out Herbert. It's not the wide receiver we had talked about wanting, but this still helps out Herbert tremendously going forward for the next 10 years, hopefully. So big fan of this pick, especially with the way the board fell.
Yes. Yeah. I'm texting right now. Go ahead, Mike. What are your feelings?
Real quick, because I'm writing this up for the site, but I think it's a good pick. It wasn't a guy I really felt was gonna be this pick because, like you kind of mentioned, guard and interior offensive lineman isn't like the biggest need. And you're gonna hear me talk about like players that actually move the needle more, and I just didn't know if guard was really gonna be that pick, especially going into a year where kind of needed a lot of things to a lot of picks to go right, a lot of things to push this team to the level they need to get to. But I actually really do love this pick. He's versatile. He's an offensive lineman, so like how bad can it obviously be? Very athletic, can play really any position in a pinch, no matter the emergency situation. 6'3", 315 pounds. Like I said, tested very well. You're looking at 32 reps on the bench press, one of the best, if not, I think might be the best among all offensive linemen that were at the combine. 32 inches in the vertical, a 9, I want to say 4 broad, a 4.46 20-yard shuttle, 7.383 cone. I mean, these are all really good numbers for offensive linemen. So you just know he's going to be able to come in, fill a need immediately, and you're probably not have to worry about him all that much. even as a rookie. So I like this pick. I think this offensive line is all of a sudden looking pretty dang good right now.
So yes, and it's looking good now, but it's also looking good in the future. So right now, under contract through 2024, you're going to have Slater, Johnson, and Lindsley from your center out. That's fantastic to have that locked down for the next 3 seasons at least. Oof. Okay. I'm pretty happy with how that fell. Considering the board, I'm very happy with that pick. And yeah, Jay Blue, Filer to right tackle. I think that's probably a guarantee at this point. Now I'm looking at the phone again, and it says Eagles are giving A.J. Brown a 4-year extension for $100 million. Whew. Arturo, no, Jamie said he had to go take care of a couple of things. He did say he'd be back, I believe, though. So
All right, sorry about that. All right,
that's all good.
cool.
Oh,
Man,
so yeah, Titans did just get Burks, by the way.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
So this really two good things that happened. Houston took Kenyon Green because they take the actual best interior offensive lineman in the draft, which is Zion, and the Chargers would have been in a worse spot. They did not take Trevor Penning. They did not take Trent McDuffie. They did not take Devin Lloyd.
Thank God.
So it's great, man. I am it's easy to be happy about this one. It doesn't, I mean, kind of what Mike was getting to. I mean, it's not picking a guard at 17 isn't going to move the needle or, really it's definitely not the sexiest pick that the Chargers could have made, but it is awesome that they did not overreach for any players that they absolutely could have because they were on the board still. It was a smart and calculated move. It was the easiest one to make. And while Jermaine Johnson would have been really sexy, it's also a luxury. They've got 2 starting edge players. This class is pretty deep. We'll see who falls in the 3rd round, but Zion makes the most sense. Dax would have been a lot of fun too, no doubt. But Zion was safe and while it's not the sexiest, it was the right move. It was in everybody's top 3. It makes a ton of sense. They needed help in the offensive line. He's in a spot to succeed. And to be honest, they got one of the most physical interior linemen in this class. And to me, the smartest. I mean, a guy while watching just even up until the Senior Bowl progressed with his pass sets. He was great in terms of like hankering down on his bull rush, not being confused by a lot of like twists and stunts they ran at him at the Senior Bowl. He shot up boards after that Senior Bowl because he was just cool, calm, collected, super physical, and is a finisher. So, to me, you don't want to draft a guard unless they're otherworldly in the top 20, in my mind. Unless you're Quentin Nelson, I don't think you really draft somebody that high. But at 17, and with where the board fell today, you can't blame them for taking Zion because really there were a lot of bad options there at 17. And they took, again, Jermaine could have been sexy and Karlaftis could have been sexy and Dax would have been sexy. Zion, calculated, cool, good move. I'm super happy about it. I know we could probably do letter grades when everybody gets back here, but I'm really happy about it. originally I wasn't going to be very happy if they were going to pick Zion when I was putting out my like emotional draft day chart. But with the way it fell and with all the other guys in every other category going, you know, this is good. And there is going to be there was already a deal on the table for Ode Abuji. I don't know if that's going to be there after the draft now with Hymus and everything, and then picking up Will Clapp too right before the draft. So this is great. I'm happy with it. And there was not a lot of good options there at 17. It was one of the worst case scenarios, to be honest with you. And they got the best player.
I think that if it doesn't end up being Hymus and they don't go after Ibushi, like you just mentioned with bringing in Will Clapp, you could do a lot worse than having him start in between Lindsley and Filer. So it's not bad, man. It's not bad.
Yeah, and then the rumors that you heard about the Washington corners being on the board and we're going to get drafted at 17, not really the case, I guess. That did not go.
All right.
Yeah, but I mean, I know Stebbins is, and a lot of you are, but just talking with the dude about, you know, what's going on with the Chargers pre-draft, Zion was their number one interior offensive lineman. I mentioned it earlier, but as soon as he like cemented himself at the Senior Bowl, it was like Telesco was absolutely in love. Everybody loved his performance at the Senior Bowl. We'll have to go back and watch that stuff. But as soon as it was like he was like kind of middling on their board, they were fans, but Senior Bowl absolutely shot him up the Chargers board. And it was all over from there. I mean, even before the combine, it was like after that Senior Bowl, he was absolutely their number one interior lineman. And they ended up getting him.
Another Senior Bowl guy. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm
I'm
not
glad,
saying,
man.
I'm not on this one for the Saints. Oh man. Yeah, it isn't quite the extreme excitement that we had last year for Slater.
Yeah.
But this is again the board how it fell as well as the talent in this draft.
Yep.
I'm not mad one bit. Where can I find this stupid? They're traded up and got Chris Olave. Making a pick here at 19. Do you guys think Pitt goes Malik here?
That'd be nice for them to not have to trade up and just have them fall into their lap. It makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
I'm back.
So tell us your opinion then. How did it go?
So that it's so funny that like the Chargers are definitely going to get overlooked for having one of the most solid picks in the first round because of the madness that was happening leading up to the Chargers pick.
Ooh, Saints got Penning. Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
I just heard that in the background. All the madness that was happening right before the Chargers pick, and then like AJ Brown gets traded and re-signed to $100 million contract, like as they're announcing Zion Johnson. And so like the Chargers really good pick. Like I definitely would grade that as an A, gets completely wiped out by like all this other madness that was happening. It's
like AJ Brown getting traded and all that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And not only getting traded, but then like immediately announcing a 4-year, $100 million contract.
Yeah.
Just absolute insanity. Yeah, no, I like the pick. Like we were all saying, like he was in a lot of our top 3 there. I think the plan is now definitely going to be Filer at right tackle and probably a fight, like a camp fight between Hymus and Pipkins. Like the Popper's been talking a lot lately that the team is kind of toying with the idea of kicking Pipkins into guard.
So I was telling them right before you got
just
on
doing
that
it again.
this all happened. Oh, what, Dotson?
No, sorry, I'm still.
Oh,
I'm catching up. Nobody changed these while I was gone, so I'm catching all those. Up.
Sorry. We were all breaking down and Steps.
Yeah, that's right.
Do-
And Tennessee took my guy Burks after they traded.
Steps got so offended that he quit.
Yeah, he's like,
Dotson, I'm out of here.
Dotson. We got Dotson here. See, nobody cares.
But I was saying that, like, we had taught, you already knew, but Zion was the number one interior offensive lineman for the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
It was a love affair after the Senior Bowl. Like, Zion was it was between them and give me the center's name that just not Lindstrom, but Linderbaum. And then Kenyon Green, they were all lumped together there. And after the Senior Bowl, like even before the combine, it was like Zion's our guy. He had a great Senior Bowl, and they threw a ton at him, and he's excited. I'm sure they're real excited about getting him there. Yeah.
I mean, because that really, like, throwing him next to Slater is going to be awesome. Especially if the plan is to move Filer out to right tackle. If not, like, having that interior of Filer, Lindsley, and Zion is fantastic. I just think it's a really solid pick. Like, it's a solid A for me there based on who's there.
Steelers are about to pick a quarterback, and it's not who you think it is.
Oh, are we good? Are we good? Like, kind of tipping picks now as we see him, since the Chargers pick is gone.
I think so.
Okay.
It's going to be Pickett.
They took Pickett. They kept him in Pittsburgh. So what do you guys think? Like, I probably
we can't hear you, Mike, if you're trying to talk to us.
You guys,
somebody put up the Burger King commercial where the guy has really small hands.
Oh.
You guys probably talked about it, but what do you think is the plan here to, like, do you think it's Zion to left guard, or do you think and Filer out to right tackle?
Yeah.
Like, did your guy give you any nugget that I missed?
No, not
like
yet.
Explaining the pick? Oh, okay.
No. Not yet. That'll be tonight. But I forgot what I was going to say. What were we talking about before that?
Do you think the plan is left guard for Zion?
Oh, yeah, left guard. Yeah, that's got to be the plan right now. And then to put him, and we were talking before you got on, putting him between Slater and Lindsley, it's like the perfect
it's absolutely
spot
perfect
for a rookie to absolutely excel.
That whole left side of the line is so athletic now. Like, literally from Lindsley left, like, all of those guys can move. All of them can get to the second level. Like, there's so much you can do there.
Yeah.
It's funny. So I have my family here, and they're, like I mentioned on the mock draft show, they're in the room right out there. I can hear them talking, and they're watching our stream, but also watching the TV. And I just heard my mom go, Matthew's the one who's updating these, and I how does he know who's getting picked? Like, they haven't even shown it on the TV yet.
That's because we're psychic also.
The magic of the internet, mother. Hi, Mom. She just called me a smartass.
Wait,
I heard that.
Did you?
I heard that. Yeah, totally.
Nice.
It came through. Let her know that it came through.
Mom, they all heard that. That's good work. Welcome to our stream.
I had not seen they took Pickett. Oh my.
Oh yeah.
Had to restart again.
Yeah, I would have been back a lot quicker if all that madness hadn't happened. Like they like Josh, Hayden, and Charles all just kept interrupting me with all the madness that was unfolding while I was trying to talk. So with them going Zion here, based on like the mocks and stuff we've been doing, third round is probably they're probably looking like wide receiver or defensive tackle in the third round, right?
Say that
Corner
again?
also.
I said with Zion going here, based on like all the mocks we've been doing and stuff, like obviously there's a lot of picks between now and then, but like based on who we've been seeing is going to be available around that time, like we got to be thinking they're going like wide receiver or defensive line in the third round, right?
I would throw corner in there as well.
Did you say wide receiver?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, wide receiver, D line, and probably corner.
Yeah.
Not a pick, but the Patriots are trading back.
Of course they are.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say, of course they are.
Did you guys already talk about that comment from Richard there?
No, what did he say?
Listening to the Athletic NFL stream reaction to Zion, they assume he's going to right guard and talking about maybe signing Rife or equivalent for right tackle.
Signing who?
Rife or equivalent? Reef, sorry.
Riley Reef.
Oh, Riley Reef.
And
Huh.
Darrell Williams is still out there too, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a possibility.
There's
so much smoke about Filer, though.
And quite honestly, I would absolutely hate taking a right tackle in the third round. It just, the cliff in the middle of second is just a bunch of guys that are probably going to need to move inside or are going to need a couple of years to develop, a year or two. I do not like the idea of, now that you've got your interior offensive lineman, and whether that's going to be Filer or Hymus inside.
Oh, it's
moving Filer.
Packers coming up to 21. Did they just come up for Sky Moore?
The Packers moved up to go back to back, or they just go one spot.
This would be a bummer for like a run on wide receivers because we need one to fall in the third now.
Calvin Austin, let's go.
Oh wait,
that's what I'm hoping. Sky Moore, Calvin Austin.
Never mind. It's the Chiefs. The Chiefs is who came up to New England.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Who would are the Chiefs coming up for a wide receiver? Or are they going defense? Did they
Jermaine?
Jermaine. That's got to be Jermaine.
Oh, that would suck.
That sucks.
That would suck. If they just came up for Jermaine, I'll be very sad.
That's got to be Jermaine.
Or would they want to take a speedy receiver like Sky Moore or something here?
They still have the other one too. But they did get in front of Green Bay for a reason, right? So
yeah, they'd be jumping Green Bay for probably a wide receiver.
Jay Blue, I'm praying Calvin Austin lasts to us in the third. That's why I said it. Not that he's going to go here.
Oh yeah, totally.
That would be, you run that pick to the podium if Austin's there in the third.
Yeah. Trying to see if.
Okay, so Kansas City sends 29, 94, and 121.
So their first one.
So
29.
Third,
what else?
94 and 121. So a third and a fourth.
Ooh.
Man, who's it going to be?
It's either Jermaine, but I'm leaning wide receiver. Like Jermaine makes sense because of their defense, but jumping ahead of Green Bay makes me think wide receiver.
Add the wide receivers to Smith-Schuster, Hardman, and Valdez-Scantling.
Oh,
And Josh Gordon.
it's not the worst case scenario.
Oh, it's somebody else.
Yep.
Do
Trent
we want to know?
Trent McDuffie.
Well, I was going to say.
Oh, I don't hate Trent McDuffie. I actually am quite a fan of his. Although I like Washington corners. So
I think he's a good, I think he's a good I think he's a good zone corner, and I think he has really good instincts at corner.
he does.
But I think his tackling is ass,
Mm.
and his short arms would scare me in man coverage, especially if he has to press.
Yeah, this is a sub 6 foot DB who has a lot of trouble with tight ends and bigger wide receivers.
Like I'd have to find it again, but like somebody was looking at like, and again, this is one of those just like those like threshold metric things, but there hasn't been a Pro Bowl corner ever with sub 30-inch arms, and he has sub 30-inch arms.
Yeah, makes up for it in the athleticism, for sure. But short arms.
Athleticism and instincts.
He does have really good instincts. Like he really knows how to have himself in position, and he has a good feel for when to turn his head around. But yeah, I what worried me most about his tackling is with his short arms, like you'd feel like your technique has to be absolutely perfect, and he drops his head before contact so much. And like even like if you watch his like highlight tape, all of his like impressive tackles, a lot of them are like shoestring like luck tackles that just like those aren't gonna fall his way in the NFL.
Yeah, he's going to get mossed by Mike Williams.
So this has to be a corner or a wide receiver, right, for Green Bay?
Aaron Rodgers has the whole draft room at gunpoint.
Watkins, Lazard, and Cobb. That's their and then Rodgers from last year.
This has got to be like you think like Sky Moore, maybe George Pickens goes here.
Oh, yeah. Just change the colors on that G.
Yeah, so they traded up for McDuffie. Interesting.
Yeah, they traded. Yeah, gave up a third and a fourth for him. They still have another pick in the first. Still, they didn't give up both.
Yep,
but
no, they still have one.
Yeah, but they gave up a third and a fourth, which is interesting. Oh, that baby is so upset that it's being shaken right now. That baby is so mad.
So, wide receivers, Sky Moore, Pickens, David Bell, Christian Watson. Pick is in. Could they go, Jermaine?
Yeah, that was my first thought, actually. Well, no. I feel like if they don't go wide receiver, Aaron Rodgers is going to just like burn the stadium to the ground.
We have Preston Smith and Rashawn Gary.
Oh. Well, they went defense, and it's not Jermaine.
Did they go back-to-back Washington corners?
Nope.
Okay. Devontae Wyatt. Wait, what's their linebacker situation?
No.
Oh, man. I just saw who they picked. Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
It's got to be linebacker,
You won't
right?
believe it. Yeah, it's a linebacker, but it's not any of the ones you'd think. It's Quay Walker.
I was hearing late rumors that people liked him more than Dean at the NFL level.
Dean and Lloyd.
You know, DJ was high on Quay for a while, and I think yesterday, the day before, he said something about he's definitely going to go top 20, and he almost made it there. But yeah, Quay went high. But their starters were Devondre Campbell and Chris Barnes, so yeah, no, that makes sense.
I mean, they've got a pick coming up, but
All right, so who does Arizona go here? They just traded for Hollywood Brown. Oh wait, no, this is Baltimore now. Sorry, I forgot
yeah.
tracker. My bad.
Hey,
Well, they traded away their speedster, so
Fix
Sky
that.
Moore.
Oh, Baltimore could go wide receiver here. Yeah, because they have like Rashad Bateman and then
what is Rodgers thinking now? Like a linebacker?
well, I mean they still have 28. So
We just got rid of Devontae.
I
you
think
know?
I think Rodgers is upset, but they still have a chance to grab a wide receiver here at 28.
Man, these wide receivers went quick.
The Bills traded up to 23 now.
Oh my god, if the Bills just traded up for a running back.
The Bills went to 23? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
Bills are on the
shoot.
clock.
Sean Merriman is saying that Zion's like Chris Dealman.
I think he's more athletic than Beelman. Like,
Oh, did you see his athletic profile?
who, Zion?
Yeah.
It's been a while since I looked at it.
Oh, I'm gonna pull it up.
Ben Johnson, RAS. 975. Yep, that checks out on the RAS. Elite vert and broad. Elite shuttle and 3-cone. Elite. Yeah, he has a great he has an elite 10-yard split and then great 40 and 32 reps at 225. Like that's
You know the great thing about this
monstrous.
is you can do something like this.
Yeah, what's up? There it is. No. That's an old one.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. He updated his how do I put it in there?
Go down to share and
Okay.
then screen share
Oh, okay.
and then go over to your tab on the
Roger that. Stand by.
Yeah, don't do entire screen, but on the right there's like your tabs
Yeah.
and then it'll click over.
There's no way they moved up for running back, right?
There we go.
Oh, well, there we go. Yeah. That's a Charger pick.
So his height is a little small. Ooh, atta boy.
Yeah.
He's 6'2".
6'2", 315.
5'18", 40. Look at that 3-cone, man. 7'38". Ooh, boy. He can scoot, man.
His mock draftable spider chart is insane. It's almost a circle other than his height.
All right, so now we got to pull that up too, huh? All right. Stanley, pull that up.
Roger that.
You're the producer.
Yeah, his height's a 7th percentile, but otherwise it's really impressive.
Connor McGovern, Nico Saragus, Sally Marpet. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, if it weren't for that height.
Yeah, he's 6'3". It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's yeah.
I'm a fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like everything we've talked about, like he's super solid.
I feel like I can already hear what Jeremiah is going to say about the picks. I love his podcast too, and he always says, like, man, all you got to do is hit doubles, hit doubles and triples. And this feels like one of those things where it's a solid pick.
Yeah.
What else could this?
Man,
Is there a way to share just directly, like share a tweet?
yeah, just do what you did.
Oh, just do
Before.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
Seth Shoemaker, imagine Zion and Slater running downfield to block together. I don't think we're going to have to imagine much longer. I mean, I think that's going to be an awesome thing to have on the left side.
Yeah.
The thing that makes this so easy is that such an easy pick is the fact that he's so technically refined and he plays with such good play strength and he's smart. Everything else, the size doesn't matter. Bet on the fact that he's just a solid guard. Did you know that he builds computers as a hobby?
Yeah, he's a computer science major.
Love him even more.
Yeah.
He's a nerd.
He's got a master's in cybersecurity, I think.
And he's still only 22 and a half.
Yeah, he's young. That's what I love.
Let's go. This is fantastic. He's played left tackle, right tackle, left guard.
Ooh, all right.
And he wasn't recruited.
He was traded up for Kyer Elam.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I like Elam.
They did need corner, because they had Dane Jackson and Trey White.
So something else I read, Zion didn't get recruited out of high school. He was only like a 1-year starter in high school, and he was like super lean. And then he ended up going to Davidson.
Davidson was in my conference at Drake. So Davidson is a non-scholarship Division I AA school. Mm-hmm. That's the Pioneer Football League. So all the schools in the conference were non-scholarship, but played D1 football, essentially is what it was. So that's incredibly impressive that he goes to Davidson for, I think it was 2 seasons, and then goes to Boston College, and then all of a sudden it's a first-round draft pick. Like, it's absolutely insane. Yeah,
he became like a first-team all-conference and then entered the transfer portal, and then that's when Boston College picked him up. And then he was like, he was a backup at Boston College, and then he was so good in practice halfway through the season, they had to throw him out there, and then he just...
Yeah, he was second team all ACC starting 7 games.
Yeah, he was that good. And then he became a team captain in 2020. Sorry, I keep cutting you off.
No, you're good.
He then became a team captain, and then he became first team ACC, all ACC. I remember. He was he's got an interesting story. But go ahead.
That's basically the same thing.
And then one more thing.
I know. Yeah. I knew it was coming. He showed up at 240 pounds at Davidson, but he still earned his way to the starting lineup as a freshman in 2017. They couldn't take him out the field. He was too good.
Yeah.
Did the same thing at Boston College. That is crazy, man.
Yeah. He's got, even though he's like short, his measurables weren't great. He's still like a pretty wide dude who's going to really be good inside.
That's his hands, arms are abnormally long. I mean, even for like NFL players, I think he has a 10 and a quarter, 10 and a half inch hand. And then his arms are like 34 and a half. It's absolutely insane. And I'm looking at some of these photos, like the one that the Chargers have on their front page. He has the fattest bicep in this photo. Like this dude is, I think, really solid. He's actually way bigger than I thought.
Yeah. 32 reps of 225 with 34-inch arms is stupid strong.
9'4" broad, 32 vert. Graduated with computer science last year, and he's working towards his master's in cybersecurity policy and governance.
Yep.
Let's go. They always say the offensive linemen are the smart ones.
And you feel a little bit better, because we talked about how this isn't sexy, but you feel a little bit better when you think about the J.C. Jacksons and the Khalil Mack moves and all the big splash moves they made in free agency, and then take the safe, steady, fix the front lines, bet inside instead of outside type of move here. It's good.
Yep. They spent all that free agency stuff to fix the defense, and then draft, or at least first round so far, to solidify that offense to maintain that top 5 level they were last year. So
apparently Richard is watching the press conference, and he said Telesco saying they didn't get any calls while they were on the clock.
Well, the wideouts were gone already.
Yeah,
Yeah, everything happened
Yeah.
right in front of him.
and nobody wants to come up for a quarterback.
No, then Penning went 2 picks later, but the Saints already had that selection ready. So
How shitty do you feel?
I love it. I love it. Our offensive line's fantastic.
Absolutely love it. I can't wait to see the offensive line have like
D&D sessions.
a weekly D&D podcast where they just like play D&D.
Yeah.
I'm all for that.
And Joey Bosa is a huge anime fan, so I mean, I'm really a big fan of all these.
Joey Bosa is an anime and video game fan.
Yeah.
Let's go. And of course, Eckler. I mean, he's got his streaming going on,
Yeah.
so
How
love it.
Nerds
now?
main-
Be honest. How big of a fuck you is it to Phillip Rivers that they went Slater and Zion 2 years in a row? They couldn't get Phillip Rivers any help, and then they've got 2 years in a row they spent their first round capital on offensive linemen.
Yeah,
And
dude,
like good picks, not
Yeah.
like reaching on Fluker and shoving him a tackle. Not this. Yeah,
Mhm.
no.
Yeah.
yeah, Craig, I think you tweeted it perfectly that that Phillip Rivers is somewhere watching the TV getting his daggum on.
For sure. For sure.
His oh.
And then 13
That's
kids are like,
great.
what's wrong, Daddy? Why are you cursing at the TV?
Packers offensive line used to be big sellers of Catan players. Nice one.
Dude, Settlers of Catan is awesome. I love that.
It really is. Was introduced to Catan last about a year or two ago, and I'm a big fan of that game.
Oh, man, you just got on it.
yeah,
mm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is probably my favorite comment in the chat so far.
Let's go.
Sure, this all day.
Yep.
Woo.
That.
Yep. Hold
Center
on,
to left
hold
is
on,
figured
hold on.
out, man.
Okay, do it again,
There we
Stanley.
go. This
That,
all
right.
day. I didn't know you could move him. That's cool.
I just figured it out. You were pointing it at Mike. So
I know.
Like, can I move him?
That's what I was trying to go. Trying to go past Mike.
Oh,
Mike,
man.
get out of the way.
I haven't been paying attention to shit that's happened since the Chargers picked.
Well,
Buffalo
Dallas
traded,
really-
got Elam, and Dallas is on the
down.
box.
Dallas really slowed
Dallas is
things
on the clock. I know Pittsburgh went Pickett. Where's the scroller so I can catch up?
down.
I know
Oh,
Penning went.
Let me turn that back on.
I know McDuffie went to the Chiefs. I know the Bills just got Elam.
Quay Walker went to Green Bay.
Burks, Penning, Pickett, McDuffie. Yep.
Cowboys pick
Walker,
is in.
Elam. Okay. All right. We're all caught up.
That's why we got the
Cowboys.
Pickers. Let's go. Yeah, so a lot of people saying Cowboys could go Linderbaum here because they still need offensive line help again.
Mhm.
Tyler Biadish is their starting center.
Yeah.
Edge.
Yeah,
Deontay Fowler.
I mean, well, yeah, freaking.
Edge
I
makes sense.
cannot
Maybe-
believe that Trevor Penning was still on the board.
Hey,
Man, was that stressful.
remember like 3 hours ago when Jermaine Johnson was still a top 10 pick?
Man.
Oh, this is going to be all day tomorrow. I mean, how often does that happen? We're always talking about, man,
Yeah,
we got
I
these
know.
5 guys still on the,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
first hour of day 4 is all of us like, what?
Day 4. How
Day
drunk
three,
is
Sorry.
man.
Day 3, round 4, day 3, round 4.
Yeah. Yeah. Where you're like,
Yeah.
they're
We're
still
all
on the
just were
board?
like, oh my
Totally.
God, that guy's still there.
Yeah. He was like a late day 1 guy early in that draft season. Totally.
Am I
Never
really bad
you.
at this? No, it's the NFL that is wrong.
Yeah, it's crazy. Jermaine's still on the board. Even
Oh, we got
Karloff.
handshakes and fist bumps. Yeah, at Edge they have Lawrence, Armstrong, Fowler. I don't know if any of those are
Oh,
long
okay.
term.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if they go
Cowboys-
edge because they lost
No.
Gregory.
Cowboys just took
Oh.
Tyler Smith.
Oh,
What? They took Tyler Smith?
They
Right
took
tackle?
Tyler Smith.
Wow.
I guess,
Hey.
they don't believe in Terrence Steele.
Move Filer the right tackle. If Tyler Smith is going here at 24,
There's going to be
not
no one left. Yeah.
do not
The
invest.
only right
in day
tackle
3.
that I think might still be there is going to be Darian Kinnard, and I'm one of the like 3 people on earth that think he can actually play right tackle.
It's
Most have him at center.
Kennard, his mom, and you.
Yeah, it's his mom. It's him, his
His
mom,
mom and you.
Duke, and me.
Yeah, because if these guys are going this high, Abraham Lucas is not going to make it to the pick and third.
Man. See, Tyler Smith's always been kind of a midday 2 dude, but I guess because Penning's gone.
We're on the home stretch. The ticker's about to switch to my last group of 8.
I forgot to order pizza.
Tackles. Oh no. Yeah, he's my tackle 5, makes sense. But I gave him a 3rd round grade. It's crazy he's going this high. And I'm surprised that Bernard Raymond didn't go. Raymond?
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's 75 years old.
Well, that's also true, but
Just minus 50, you know.
I mean, I'm not here to doubt what the Cowboys do at offensive line because they've been so successful for so long. But in terms of looking for a right tackle in round 3, that ship is almost all but sailed at this point.
Yeah. Wide receiver, let's go. Corner.
Yeah, wide receiver, corner, defensive line.
Edge. Shit, I'll even take an edge, depending on who's there.
I can't wait. I wonder if Dax Hill falls out of the first so I can just give Jamie so much shit.
Well, you said he was going to come back, right?
Probably, yeah. So I'm hoping.
You can do it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
We will do it live.
Was that the first bad word we've said on the stream? Was that?
No, I've said it.
I
think
I said shit earlier.
Oh, you did. Oh, okay.
I definitely said a couple.
Good. At least I'm not the only one.
We just got demonetized.
I don't work for BFTB. That's fine by me.
This is posted to lightning rounds anyway.
Yeah.
If we're talking about like whether something's inappropriate or not, the funny thing is there's like things I want to tweet or I think about writing and stuff like that. Where I've had like my wife see it and she's like, maybe don't do that, blah blah blah. And then like within 5 minutes, I'll find one of my bosses on Twitter tweeting some outlandish shit or like arguing with somebody. And so I'm like, I think I'm good. Like I have great bosses who apparently just like they just do not care. Like they let you be your own person and stuff like that. So it's absolutely fantastic.
I mean, we're covering a sport that if you show up to one of their practices, you're going to hear a million times worse than So like that's come on.
Yeah.
Or on the air when they don't cut the live mic too soon enough.
Oh yeah. Man.
Is Baltimore actually going to make a pick? How many? They moved down 2 or 3 times, right?
Who?
Yeah.
Baltimore?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to be right back.
BRB. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to watch. Brandon Thorne did one of his film sessions with Zion.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a good watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go watch that after we get off today.
When does the draft start tomorrow? The live or the show?
An hour earlier. So
4.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 6U.
Yeah.
Okay. Would take edge, DB, and wide receiver before running back. I'm assuming you mean in the 3rd.
Oh yeah, if they take a running back in the 3rd, it's going to give me the sads.
I'd start looking at around 4th earliest, but I'd prefer 5th or 6th.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, in the 3rd. Yeah, no, like we talked about, wide receiver, DB, edge, D-line for sure, yeah. Man, today could have gotten a lot worse. I swear to God, if the Chargers can get a Conquo tomorrow, Saturday, I will die happy, man.
My dream situation at this point is somehow Josh Pascal is still there in the third.
Ooh, yeah.
I would lose my mind.
I mean, that's basically your edge / DL at that point. So
Yeah, he is super versatile. He's crazy good against the run, good enough against the pass. Like he's, in my opinion, he's a guy you can play anywhere from 3 out to 7 on the line, and is just crazy strong. He sheds blocks better than Tillery or any of those guys. Like he's just super good.
that may not be crazy because there is still Jermaine Johnson, David
Yeah,
Ajabo,
he
George
might drop
Karlaftis,
down.
Boye Mafi, Cam Thomas, Arnold Ebiketie, Logan Hall, Nick Benito. There's a lot of dudes.
Yeah, the edge might be, unless there's a crazy run on edge in the second round, which there might be, but
Oh yeah. I mean, even if just I know it's not how it's actually going to go, but TDN's big board has all of those guys going before, or they have them all ranked before 58, so they could,
Yeah.
Seems like that's a sweet spot right now. Nathan Harrison, I would sign up for that completely. Austin in the third and Okonkwo in the fourth. I would be very happy. I'm gonna have an Okonkwo rant or two tomorrow and Friday, or tomorrow and Saturday.
100% Sean. No blocking tight ends in the third.
No.
No blocking tight ends that aren't that good at blocking.
Yeah, seriously.
All right, so Baltimore just took Linderbaum. There's your
Did
Iowa
they?
guy, Mike. You're muted, Mike.
Sorry, I'm writing up more and more stuff.
You literally said that, didn't you?
Yeah, it's exactly what I said. I mean, it just made the most sense. They got the extra pick. We talked about Bozeman now with the Panthers before, who was the Ravens center beforehand. And it's just like they're going to continue to run the football. And why not grab the best center in the draft, who I think they were weirdly low on because he was like just a center. Like, yeah, he doesn't have Zion Johnson versatility, but like according to PFF, the top 3 run blocking grades from a Big Ten offensive lineman of the past 10 years, all 3 have come from University of Iowa linemen, including James Daniels and I want to say, Tristan Wirfs. And Tyler Linderbaum is the best of the last decade in terms of run blockers. So like the pick just makes the most sense. He's a phenomenal player. This guy pinned Tristan Wirfs in high school in a heavyweight wrestling match. Like the guy's an absolute dog. I think this is an awesome pick for them.
Hell yeah. Zion had an 84.4 last year, only allowed 3 hurries and 1 sack. My God.
Oh,
good for Tyler, man.
The Jets just traded back into the first round.
Oh, shit. After the top 10, it's been trades like crazy.
Oh, with Tennessee. Tennessee traded again.
So they traded out of the first. The Jets. And the Jets earlier got who?
They got Sauce, and they got
Sauce and Garrett
Look at
Wilson.
Corey
Garrett
Lindsley
Yeah.
for Tyler Linderbaum.
They're showing him wrestling right now on the ESPN.
How does the NFL allow a team that's good year in and year out recently, like the Ravens, to come away with the best safety and the best center in the NFL in the draft class?
That's nuts, man.
Like these are award-winning blue chip
Yo.
players.
This has got to be Jermaine, right?
Oh
The
man,
Jets?
yeah,
Yeah.
the Jets win the draft if they do this.
Dude, yeah, they miss on Thibodeau and are able to somehow get Jermaine Johnson at 26.
Jermaine,
Just-
Sauce, and Garrett
After
Wilson. Are you
taking
kidding?
Sauce and Garrett Wilson. Yep, somebody's saying they're taking Jermaine.
What is this?
I mean,
Next
I don't know if
touchdown.
that's a tip or not, but it makes the most sense. Like that has to be right.
Hey Garrett, do you mean to still not be in yet because you're eating? But what if I just do this?
Oh yeah, if the Jets do this, man, That is a very fun draft.
All right, there's the details. Get this up.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen the details yet.
Okay, so they get 26 and 101.
Okay, so first and the third.
And the Titans get 35, 69. Nice. And 163.
That's not bad. So they moved up 9 spots and gave up the second and a fourth for moving up 9 and a third spot. Okay.
And they're taking Jermaine.
Yep.
Wow. Slaying this draft. Good for the Jets.
Damn. Yes, they added to Corey Davis and Elijah Moore at wide receiver, so they have a pretty solid group there. So, damn. And adding that corner to start with DJ Reed, who they picked up in the offseason, and then matching Carl Lawson with Jermaine Johnson. They I'm not saying they're going to be a great team, but they could be a much improved team this year. And they brought in Laken Tomlinson. They brought in Connor McGovern. I guess they had him last year, but
They're taking Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just saying that.
I think at this point I'm not too worried about the tipping unless Chargers come back on the clock, if I'm being honest. But
Yeah.
maybe I'm alone on that one.
No, we're pretty much all here to tip at this point now that the Chargers are gone.
I'm here to order pizza.
Why haven't you? Because
I'm an idiot.
Fair.
If you want honesty. And I just get too geeked up for the draft. It's like it feels like it just started. It's already been 3 hours. So
Oh my! Yeah, it's almost 8 o'clock. That's wild. How many more picks do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
4.
after the Jets. Did you say 4?
Oh no, sorry. 5 after the Jets.
yeah, no,
Count again.
We heard
5.
you.
Tampa Bay.
After the Jet, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, New England, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Minnesota. I'm using my fingers and everything.
He turned 7 into 4.
Not that
Listen, I was typing, okay? Trying to update banners and
Damn, good for the Jets though. Shit.
yeah, Jets have a really good draft.
I don't know what the rest of their how many picks they have left, but talk about winning day one. Jesus. Honestly, both New York teams did well. Evan Neal and Thibodeau was great for the Giants.
Yeah. That was huge.
Yo,
I think the losers of the draft so far is New Orleans. Like trading up for Olave and then grabbing Penning. Like,
which cost them first round next year.
Did we forget that Pittsburgh took Pickett?
Pickett.
yeah,
Man, this jacket though.
Those are bottom 2.
I see you, Jermaine.
Oh, another trade. Jaguars are now on the clock at 27.
Oh, they're doing the tomahawk drop, huh?
They moved up.
Can we do that?
They moved up with Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
Who are
Can we do that?
now for
Hey,
do we
the
do
Chiefs
tomahawk drop anymore?
the Chiefs somehow still get away with changing the words to the national anthem. So whatever.
So Pittsburgh's the real loser of this draft, right?
Yeah, I think
Oh yeah.
they're the loser, and then New Orleans is number
Wait,
2.
who took Quay Walker? Oh, Jay Blue just
Packers.
said it.
The Packers.
Who else did they take?
They pick next.
Oh, after Jacksonville.
It's got to be wide receiver, man. We say that every year, but
But who are they going to take now? Pickens?
it's going to be Sky Moore, Pickens, Christian Watson.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the details.
You know, part of this was the Chargers were talking about Arnold Ebiketie at 17 if every single one of their guys were off the board, but Zion was one of their guys. And then they also said if Trayvon Walker or Jordan Davis was there, it would be a wrap. They were going to take him. And
Trayvon Walker, first overall.
yeah,
Jesus.
as of the draft, he was still being mocked to 17. So
The
Oh, it's
Jets still have a second, a third, 2 fourths,
Here.
fifth. The Jets, man, they're still set up to have a great rest of the draft. So for 6 spots, they gave up a fourth, and what's that? A sixth, fifth.
mm-hmm.
So Tampa has the first pick of day 2, which is also a great trade spot.
So
I think about it.
All right, so just going over like the stuff that they had so of all the play, so they had Chargers had Kyle Hamilton as their safety 1 who got picked before 17. Derek Stingley Jr. was their CB1, obviously got picked before 17. Aiden Hutchinson picked, Jordan Davis picked, Ike Ukonwo was their tackle 1 picked, Garrett Wilson wide receiver 1 picked. Trey McBride was their tight end 1, still their tight end 1. Breece Hall is their running back 1. Both aren't going in the first round. Devin Lloyd was their linebacker 1. And then Zion was their interior offensive lineman 1. And that's the way they went. And the team was split on linebacker. Staley really liked Nakobe Dean. Telesco was really high on Devin Lloyd. And so they were in play. And same with Garrett Wilson. Telesco really liked Garrett Wilson. The rest of the room wasn't quite there with him. But it seemed like if there's probably a discussion of whether they were going to take a linebacker there. Since all of the wide receivers were gone at that point, all of the, their top safety was gone. Those corners were gone. Most of the top edges outside of Jermaine were gone. Zion fell right to him. It's interesting just looking back at their rankings.
Mm-hmm. Their starting safety, Jacksonville, is Andrew Wingard.
So think it might be Dax.
This would be a good spot for it.
I'd love Dax not to go to KC.
Yeah, for sure.
Pair him up with Rayshawn Jenkins.
Huh.
Oh, all right. The Jags just took Devin Lloyd.
Okay. Jackson?
Jags took Devin Lloyd.
So they gave all that money to Oluwakun.
Yeah, Foyasad.
And this basically replaces Shaq Quarterman as their starter, I guess. Okay. Sure.
Telesco's pouring one out right now. He's like, oh, damn. There goes my guy. All right, so Packers are on the clock. This has to be a wide receiver.
Who do you think it would be?
Sky Moore makes the most sense based on the wide receivers they still have.
I'm just going over some of the stuff we got before the draft. So Jordan Davis, Trayvon Walker, they think would be drafted in the top 15 as of the combine. But if they fell to 17, it was a wrap. So they did, both Walker and Davis. They had considerable interest in Charles Cross and Trevor Penning. Their testing really helped them. They loved David Ajabo, but of course, the injury happened. Arnold Ebiketie has a first-round grade from him. He was in the mix if all their guys were out on 17, which clearly isn't the case. Their top 5 guys, wide receivers, were changing by the day, basically. They loved Christian Watson as a possible second-round target if they were going to trade down.
Christian Watson?
Yeah.
Okay. Another 6'4" guy, huh?
So before the combine, before free agency, they were going to go all in on cornerback on free agency. They did. They got J.C. Jackson. They liked Gardner and Stingley as their favorites. They were gone at 17. Trent McDuffie was a huge question mark coming out of the combine. So they didn't Obviously, didn't go that way.
We had two corners go in the top 4. That's insane.
Yeah. So just looking into day 2, Trey McBride is their tight end 1. They had a really, really good interview with the Maryland tight end, Okonkwo.
That's my dude right there.
They love his athleticism, and they see him as kind of a fullback tight end hybrid, kind of like the Steven Anderson role last year. Some later round. Oh, for sure. But early on, that makes sense.
No, early on, yes, 100%.
So later round running backs, they like Pierre Strong Jr., James Cook, Devontae Price. They all moved up their boards after the combine. Guys that moved down their boards after the combine were David Bell, wide receiver David Bell, the Notre Dame running back Kyron Williams, edge Myjai Sanders? Myjai Sanders.
Oh.
And I think it's the Nebraska tackle, Nicholas Petit-Fer.
That's Ohio State, isn't it?
Is it? Am I wrong on that?
Oh.
I might be.
Nicholas Petit-Fer is Ohio State. Yeah.
Okay, Ohio State tackle. Excuse me. He said they're still draftable, but they got knocked down a bit. And then going into the draft, obviously this didn't happen, but they had talked to Pittsburgh, Tampa Bay, and Detroit about trading up. Detroit ended up trading up, but in front of them, right? Or was that later?
I can't remember anymore.
Yeah, I can't either. They traded up with Tampa Bay, didn't they? Or something? Maybe it was after.
Tampa Bay just traded back with this pick right here to the Jaguars. So
yeah, so the teams that were looking to trade, Tampa Bay and Detroit, ended up doing it, just not with the Chargers.
I looked it up. It is MyJ.
MyJ?
Yeah, it just says My-J. So MyJ.
Okay. Detroit traded to 12 to get Jamison Williams. That's right.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so they did trade in front of the Chargers. I don't get it. Like, you made the mistake with Miles Jack, and then you're going to go after Devin Lloyd, huh? All right. It's not the same injury concerns, but still. I can't make sense of why Nakobe Dean wouldn't be the first linebacker off the board.
Not only just not the first, now he's linebacker 3 now. Because Quay went. Oh my God, they didn't go wide receiver.
Are you kidding me?
They didn't?
They went Wyatt at defensive tackle.
Wow. So at defensive tackle, they have Dean Lowry, Kenny Clark, and Jaron Reed. That's their defensive line.
Oh my God.
So maybe over Lowry, I guess.
Dude, how pissed is Aaron Rodgers right now?
God damn.
Oh, Rooster Chains, who just said, you answered it. Jacks need a Miles Jack replacement. Well, yeah, they need a linebacker replacement, but I meant like a good one, like Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
Replacing your bad linebacker, Miles Jack, with another bad linebacker, and Devin Lloyd doesn't. It's kind of a wash. Man.
That's kind of crazy.
Green Bay, what are you doing?
That's so rough.
Without Adams, what are they doing?
Yeah, they're running with Sammy Watkins, Alan Lazard, and Randall Cobb. They think that's enough, apparently.
Yeah, what are they doing? Let's see.
Well, they still have 2 seconds, right? Or do they trade one of those?
Green Bay doesn't pick again until 53.
Yeah, they have 53 and 59 still.
Yeah, but you could just take a wide receiver here, you know?
Yep, because you're probably looking more maybe like John Mechie, Khalil Shakur.
1, 2, 3, 4 more picks after Green Bay.
Maybe Alec Pierce. Like you're kind of dropping down the wide receiver ranks there. Yeesh.
I like Wyatt, but
All right, Garrett.
what's up?
Message.
Oh, let's see. I think
You should share it.
Um,
Bring it up.
just
Do it.
give me a minute.
Do it.
Okay, hold on. Boo. Let me share it. Da. Hold on. Why won't it let me share it? Share. Okay, for some weird. It's not recognizing a PNG. So now I have to go like pull it up. Hold on a second. Let's see.
This while you're doing that.
Okay.
The Saints literally just tweeted a picture of Trevor Penning with the words mean, tough, nasty. Oh, they're coping so hard.
All right.
Chargers didn't draft Penning, guys. Not sure if you knew that or not, but we should be happy.
So happy.
I know.
Yeah, that has to add
So-
to your happiness. Like there should be a not Penning multiplier to whatever happiness rating you have on other
So now I
players.
have to pull up the tweet. Hold on a second. How do you zoom in? You just scroll in.
Control
Uh,
scroll.
Well, are you using Chrome?
Yeah.
Click the three dots up at the top right, and there's a zoom option.
Okay, hold on. How do I get out of just the thing?
I mean, that's big enough on our screen.
Okay, cool. So he fell under like fine, but I would have gone in a different direction. But then you look at like Stingley was gone, Hamilton was gone, Jameson, Olaf, Cross, Karlaftis would have been fine here. Jordan Davis gone, Garrett Wilson gone. It was like fine until you realize like what was available at that point. And when you look at what was available, it's more in the cool to awesome category in my happiness chart because he is by far the best interior offensive lineman. I'm super jazzed about it. They didn't take Trevor Penning, which obviously adds to my happiness, which probably kicks it up to awesome. But yeah, I mean, I was a big fan of it when it happened because there was just some real bad things still available. All outside of Drake London, Trent McDuffie, Devin Lloyd still available, Trevor Penning, Raymond still available. There was a lot of bad things happening.
Yep.
So I'm just glad that they went Zion.
Joe Reedy just tweeted a Telesco quote saying, "Guards are people too. It's not the sexiest pick, but he's a well-rounded player." And
That does kind of sum it up well.
Yeah, we did talk about that. Yeah.
Oh, you talked about that quote exactly?
No, that it wasn't the sexiest pick.
I just thought it was funny for Telesco to say that. Oh, the Patriots just took Cole Strange at 29.
What?
Ow.
Whoa. Oh, shit.
That's hashtag early.
Oh, shit.
The Patriots did? Is
Yeah.
that what
Yeah.
you said? Oh,
Whoa.
That's a shocker.
well, shit.
That's early.
Damn.
There's many people I had ahead of him.
Zion or Cole Strange?
Cole Strange.
Cole Strange. That's crazy high.
Yeah, he was
Brugler
a
had him
go-to
as a
guy for
third.
sure.
Yeah, Brugler had him as a third. Let's see.
I had him as a low
TDN,
third round.
TDN had him 91st overall, so low third as well. Damn.
He was my eighth ranked interior offensive lineman.
He went to the Patriots. He'll be a Pro Bowler or some shit. So
They'll let him in 4 years. They're not going to hit the 5th year option. They're going to let him walk in 4 years and get a 3rd round comp pick for him.
yeah, he'll probably be a starting right guard over maybe Ferentz.
Yeah, like
So just 3 more picks. Sorry.
pretty much generally across Twitter, everyone's like, "What?"
That is an insane pick. So Chiefs, there was all this hype about them getting an edge. Ojabo's still on the board, and there was a ton of talk about the USC kid going late first today.
I mean, Karlaftis is still there too.
Karlaftis, yeah, shit.
So so is Dax.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, they've got a decent amount of D line and edge options here.
Frank says that Telesco said that they see him as a right guard.
Oh, okay then.
Interesting.
So then you've got Hymus as your left guard, unless they're thinking that they're going to keep Filer there.
Unless a vet at right, or they're just that sure of Pipkins.
I sure hope that doesn't mean they're going to try to draft somebody.
Yeah, so Gilbert just said Telesco said he views Zion as a right guard right now and wants Matt Filer at left.
Left guard?
Yeah, so they're still question mark at right tackle.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That's suboptimal.
Yeah, I don't like to hear that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Interesting. Think that can cut up O'Day's deal that was on the table then, huh?
Yeah, I would think that means like they're hoping O'Day survives the post-draft signing and he can be like their emergency signing mid-season when somebody inevitably gets hurt.
That makes sense. Okay. So then Hymus, backup right guard. So leaves Pipkins and Norton at right tackle.
Oh, good. Sunshine Nick is back.
Man.
Okay, so that took care of that. Man, I'd already moved stuff around. Damn it.
Oh, man. Chiefs are going Karlaftis.
Damn.
Shit.
That's good. For them, I mean, not for, humanity.
Man. Bummer.
I mean, that's not the worst case scenario of what KC could have come away with between their two picks, like trading up for McDuffie, and then
McDuffie and Karlaftis.
Yeah, I mean,
let's hope that all the question marks people had about Karlaftis comes true.
Yeah, that he can't bend. He can only go in a straight line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Man.
All right, Cincinnati's on the clock. Cincinnati could also use edge.
Man, we're still on the Patriots pick here on the broadcast.
Yeah,
you're right. My bad.
Bummer. No, I'm just saying it's so far behind.
Oh, on the broadcast, yeah.
So yeah, the comment. Pipkins looked like a whole new player last year when he's been working with Duke nonstop. Yes, he did play well.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, talk about sample size. Like we've seen a whole lot more awful tape from him than those two very good games last year. Not to, say that wasn't anything, but
yeah, no, he looked a lot better, but it was only in a handful of games. I don't know if you can go in trusting that he's going to be your starting right tackle, but he should definitely be in the conversation coming around during camp.
It was nice to see him not lost. I'll say that.
Yeah, the question now is like, are they going to try to reach for and this is the scary part, is they passed on Penning, passed on McDuffie, passed on Lloyd. They got the safest, strongest pick there in Zion. And we think offensive line's done. That's a wrap. move Filer to right tackle, put him at left or right guard, have Hymas play the other guard spot, and call it a day. And now they're saying that Filer's going to stick at left guard, Zion's going to be right guard, but who's going to play right tackle? Pipkins or... At this point, in my mind, I would just roll with Norton and Pipkins and see who can win out right tackle in camp.
You don't want to go for Darrell Williams, Riley Reef.
Oh, well, of course. Yes. Yeah,
Reif? Reef? Well, whatever it is.
Reef. It's Reef. But yes, that's the way to go. Darrell Williams or Riley Reef. But it's... Yeah.
So I keep trying to go back to the logic that they used for Filer at guard last year was they wanted to make sure they had like a solid person next to Slater to start out with. I don't like the idea of starting out Johnson next to Pipkins or Norton. So I think going with that train of thought, I would imagine they have to be adding someone, or they truly believe that much in Pipkins, which would shock me.
Yeah. It seems like they would be in a much better spot having Zion play between Slater and Lindsley like we thought. But yeah.
Well, that or even Lindsley and whatever veteran, Darrell Williams or Reef or whoever, someone, but not Pipkins and Norton. Again,
I really hope they don't, with all the other spots open on this roster, taking what's going to be available there? Zach Tom, who probably is going to play inside. Sorry, Stanley.
That's totally fair. Like I see the projection. Like I think he could survive at tackle and do pretty well, but I definitely understand why people would like to move him back inside.
Yeah. So
I mean, he literally shut Jermaine Johnson down complete. Like Jermaine Johnson didn't even get a pressure against Zach Tom in the FSU game.
Yeah. We kind of talked about that. Yeah. But like in the third, so Raymond's going to be gone. Falele's probably going to be gone. Gadecki might be gone. I mean, they're in the like...
Kennard might be there.
Like Kellen Deesh might be there.
Deesh might be there.
Rasheed Ferrer, Rasheed Walker territory, Abraham Lucas. You know, I have a hard time spending back-to-back picks on your offensive line with all the other holes.
Especially when I don't think any of those guys beat out what we saw from Pipkins last year.
And that's kind of the point we're making. But yeah.
So they finally announced Karlaftis. 2 picks left. Cincinnati.
Ooh, I know who the Bengals took.
Oh,
I think we're tipping now. So who was it?
Jamie's never coming back now.
Jackson Hill.
Oh shit!
They have such a good safety group now.
So
with Bates and Hill.
Yeah,
Bates, Hill, and Von Bell as now a third. Damn, that's good.
Yeah.
Does Minnesota close out around when taking Malik? I doubt. I mean, they just gave him another 2-year deal.
What a strange pick by the Patriots, you know?
Yeah, that's.
I'm done with you, Garrett. No.
Oh. It's late. Come on. Give me a little bit.
Between that,
it could be 48 hours of no sleep, and that would be acceptable.
Damn it.
Between that Cole Strange pick and the Packers not giving a wide receiver, it's just like, what is happening at the end of the first?
And Pickett being the only quarterback.
Only quarterback in the first.
Yeah, because Minnesota's not going to take him.
Minnesota's definitely not going to take, unless the only thing I can think here is if somebody wants that 5th-year option on Willis, this is another trade.
Yeah.
And I feel like any of the quarterbacks in this class, like if you believe in them in any way, you want that 5th-year option because they're going to take time.
100%.
So if anybody has a first round grade on any of the quarterbacks left, this is going to be a trade out of 32. Because they already have what? They already have 34, right? Based on that last trade.
Who?
Minnesota. That when they traded with Detroit, they have 34 already.
Yeah, they have the second pick in the second round.
Yeah. So like trading out of this pick and grabbing more, like that's not going to hurt them at all.
Who has the firepower?
All right. So
next year's picks.
So we haven't. You know what we haven't done? We haven't done letter grades on Zion Johnson. Mike, I haven't heard from you at all. Are you writing? Or are you just like a zombie? Okay, he's writing.
Oh, I'm not even. I thought I was muted for the longest time. Yeah, I haven't stopped writing.
Okay. All right. Here, I'll mute you for you. You can unmute when you're done. All right, Stanley, what's your grade on Zion?
I give Zion an A. Rounded down to A- actually after hearing that they view him as the right guard. Since they view him as right guard and are not moving Filer to tackle, I go A-. I mean, they're like we said, there was definitely much worse names still on the board that the team had been tied to, like Penning, and McDuffie, and so the fact that they took the best interior, the best guard in the class who has center versatility, that they can plug in now, and like we showed from that comment from the chat earlier, like you now have Lindsley, Slater, and Zion all under contract for the next 4 years. Like that's the most talented and stable group on the offensive line the Chargers have had that I can remember ever. And he's the kind of guy that fits their offense really well because he can move so well. He's hyper intelligent. He's really strong. Like they can do so much with that. And they still have the option if things aren't looking that good in camp. Like if they get into camp and Pipkins and Storm Norton look like garbage and Hymus doesn't look like garbage, they can still turn that right back around. He can backtrack that right away and say, you know what, never mind. We're still going to, either flip Zion back to left guard and put Hymus at right guard or put Hymus at left guard and kick Filer out. Like there's still that option. Like this is definitely not they're not writing that front five in pen right now. And so this is a very good pick. Like we said, it's not sexy, but this is a really, really this is one of Telesco's better picks because he actually had to make a pick here. Like this isn't a situation like a Derwin James falling, a Joey Bosa hitting him in the face, Justin Herbert hitting him in the face. Like he actually had to think and evaluate and make a choice here. And this may have been his best actual choice of a first round pick.
Yeah. Mike, you're unmuted. It looks like you're not writing anymore. What's your grade on this pick?
I'm giving this a good A-. It wasn't a player I necessarily fell in love with or expected, but it's, as I've sat here for the last 90 minutes and thought about it, like it's grown on me pretty quickly. He's seems to be a heck of a player. Versatility, I'm always a fan of. He's just built very well. The athleticism is there. And then incredibly smart, right? Like just seeing the path he took to get here points to a work ethic and ability to get better. And it gets me really excited to know who he's basically going to be playing next to along this line. Whether, they talked about him being on the right side. Okay, well, he's still going to sit next to Corey Linsley. If something happens and he is on the left side, then he's sandwiched between Linsley and Slater, right? Like there's just so much to, I think, really like about this pick. And if it means creating a phenomenal core of young offensive linemen to keep in front of Justin Herbert during his career, I mean, it just sounds fantastic.
Stebbs?
Yeah, I was on the line between A- and B+, but I'm going to go with A- also. Like everything, the other two have already said. The position flexibility that it allows for the offensive line. We know how much they love that. Both Staley and Telesco talk about that all the time. Having those three solid pieces in front of Herbert for at least the next 4 years is invaluable. I mean, we saw an entire career of a Hall of Fame worthy quarterback not reach the heights it should have reached because they didn't address these issues that they are addressing immediately for Herbert. Love seeing that. The versatility of Zion, the player, the determination, the what Michael said, what he
the
did.
The Vikings pick is in, by the way.
What he did to Davidson and going to Boston College and just fighter, man, love it. The athleticism, the RAS score is also something that obviously ticks those boxes that we know that the Chargers love to see in their players. So I have no issue with this pick. Big fan. Sure, it might have been a little bit early, but it's this draft. Like this draft is a little insane too. So after seeing Cole Strange go, I'm not nearly as upset. So not that I was upset at all anyway, but no, big fan. A-.
Who's the pick, Stanley?
I put it up there. Yeah, they took Lewis Cine.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
The Rams were on a call during the draft because they don't have a pick, right? And the Patriots pick came in of Cole Strange, and they were like, "We wasted all our time. We thought that he'd be available at 104 when we picked." It was pretty funny. So yeah, I like this pick, and I think with context on everybody that's available, it makes it the best option available for the Chargers. I think when you think about Karlaftis still being there and Jermaine Johnson still being there, well, they might be the higher rated player for some. It's not the biggest need for the Chargers, and taking a luxury pick there at 17 probably wasn't the right move without a second round pick. So they had a big hole on offensive line. They still do. Getting the best player available and the number one interior offensive lineman on their board makes a ton of sense. He's my number one guard. I love how long he is, how physical he is. He's super smart. All this fun stuff we found out about him being nerdy is also a big turn on as well. He's a big finisher. I love his anchor in the run game. I love his drive in the run game. There was a lot to like about Zion Johnson, and I know that he impressed a lot at the Senior Bowl, which is obviously something Tom Telesco likes a lot. But when you add context, the versatility of this pick, I think this was the way to go. Even with Dax Hill, it makes sense. It would have been fun. Jermaine Johnson, Karlaftis, those would have been fun. But this is the easiest plug and play. Don't think about him. Drop him in the middle of your offensive line and control him for the next 4 to 5 years. That makes too much sense. And you're protecting the future in Justin Herbert, and you're helping your offense. So to me, this is an A- as well. It could easily be an A for everybody else, but it's just not the sexy pick that you'd like to see. I mean, we all wanted Cross to fall. Charles Cross didn't fall. After that, we did not want to see Penning. We were hoping Stingley or Sauce fell. Neither fell. They didn't take McDuffie. We're hoping Jamison Williams or Olave would fall. None of them fell, and so they didn't reach for anybody else there. They found the best option available, and they improved the trenches, which is the most important for me. Building inside out, to me, is how you build a winning football team. If you build in the trenches, everything else takes care of itself outside. And they took care of that outside in free agency. They were able to invest in the trenches, get a guard. While in most years I would advise not to go guard in the top 20, unless you're, like I mentioned earlier, otherworldly at Quentin Nelson, which I think as high as he went was a pretty sexy pick just because he was so good coming out of college. But, they've got their interior offensive lineman now. They take care of a spot they had to fix in the offseason. Whether they move Filer out to right tackle or not is still remains to be seen. But honestly, at 17, they were calm. They didn't reach, and they really did pick the best player available at the biggest position of need. So for me, A-. I'm really happy with it. It was fine on my happiness chart, like we talked about earlier, but with so many of the guys on that chart gone and the guys that we had hoped would fall gone, it was the easiest, safest, and probably the most impactful pick at 17, taking a guard there. So A- is all around for me. So that's it. And the draft is over.
The first
what do
round.
Yeah. So what are you guys thinking?
Meanwhile, my wife's in here trolling.
In the chat?
Yeah.
That's messed up, man.
Is she the YouTube user?
No, she's.
Oh.
I just put her tweet up on the thing. I mean, her comment up on the thing.
Oh. Let's see. Block. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. All right. So let's talk round 3. What are you guys looking for in round 3? I know it's really hard to project because that's so far away, but.
So we were just talking about this, and I don't know if you were still on or not, but I think you may have just popped off. But with how many edge guys, like with how late Jermaine and Karlaftis went, like there's a lot of good edge guys left. Like Ojabo, Ebiketie, like a bunch of these guys are falling. I have very outside hopes that Josh Pascal could still be around in the third. But position wise, like we said earlier, like based on all the mocks we've been doing and stuff, like edge, defensive tackle, corner, and wide receiver are all going to have at least one of those positions is going to have a really good player there. Like someone who's going to come in and play significant snaps for the Chargers. And so those are the positions I'd be looking at most. I'm not looking at running back this early yet. Like we keep saying, like unless something crazy happens, there's not going to be a tackle that falls that looks good there. There's a big canyon at safety now, like with Scene and Hill and Hamilton gone. Like I don't like any of the safeties until late day 3 now.
Forget it.
100%.
I mean, Brisker makes sense, but he's not going to be there in 3.
Yeah. No. So I'm looking at edge, DT, wide receiver, or corner. The two things that might change that are if a guy like Leo Chenal is still there, like with Nakobe Dean still falling, like if Chenal is still there, I'm down with that. There's a couple linebackers that have a fringe chance to be there at the top 3 that would make sense. And then also, like we keep saying, like tight end, if somehow a guy like Trey McBride falls or they feel confident enough in a Chig at that feels rich for me at 3 though. Yeah, Trey McBride would probably be the only tight end I'd take in 3.
Yeah. I mean, there's still some really good linebackers available. Christian Harris, Chad Muma, you like Chenal, Troy Anderson, Darian Beavers.
Yep.
I don't know if Tyndall is there too. I don't know if any of them fall to 3. There's a pretty big drop off at corner now too.
Cam Taylor-Britt's there. That's my guy in 3rd if he's still around, man. If he's still in 3rd, I'm a big fan of Cam Taylor-Britt.
Kyler Gordon's still there. McCreary's still there. Booth is still there. And Jones is still there.
Marcus Jones.
I don't know if they're going to make it to 3. Jones might. I don't see McCreary, Booth, or Gordon making it that far. Edge is interesting, but there's probably going to be a run because there's so
talent. Many guys.
Ojabo, Ebiketie, Cameron Thomas, Boy Mafe, Drake Jackson, Nick Bettina, just Bonatina. I'm doing it off the top of my head. Benito.
Nick Benito.
Pascal.
Sam Williams.
Pascal's still there.
Drake Jackson, who some people said would go in the end of the 1st, and he's still there too. So
mentioned him. And then Sanders, who we talked about, who kind of fell off the Chargers board a little bit. I mean, there are some names. I just don't know if they're going to make it. But
Kingsley Anibare.
Yep. Yeah. Interior defensive line is where it's going to get interesting because there's some guys that should be there for the Chargers. Because Logan Hall's not going to make it. I absolutely love him, though. Travis Jones. Yeah, Fedarian Mathis, Perion Winfrey, Neil Farrell, Matthew Butler, John Ridgway. There's going to be some guys in 3 for sure. Wide receiver, though, I just don't know who's going to be.
Oh, Calvin Austin, please. Please,
yeah.
man, please, somehow.
Sky Moore's still available. Pickens still available. Watson, I'm just going off the top of my head, though. Watson, Alec Pierce, Calvin Austin, Khalil
John
Shakir, Mechie, Bo Melton,
Wandale Robinson, Alec Pierce, Jalen
Tyquan Thornton,
Danny Gray.
Danny Gray, David Bell. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of names. I just don't know who's going to be there. But I agree with you. If Trey McBride's there, you could think about taking him. But if not, then forget it.
Then you wait till day 3 at that point for tight end.
Anybody else have any names that they are thinking about?
Well, I mean, my two immediate like dream situations would be Calvin Austin or Cam Taylor-Britt. I'm a big fan of his. But everyone else you listen, I mean, those guys at edge, there's so many that are available still that there should at least be a couple of them, hopefully, still around by the time third comes in. And when you're talking about those kind of third round picks, you can move up or move around at that point. So without having it cost your entire draft.
Can I defend myself for a second? Bro, what am I supposed to do? There's like 7,000 names. And I think you're muted, Mike, by the way.
No, I'm not muted, but hey, real quickly, pronounce his name.
Jesper Carlson?
What if I said it was Jesper?
What? Then I'd say, shut up, Jesper. But I'm always I watch stuff with music on, so I never know really the names, except like the top dudes who I have to find out for the podcast. But yeah, pronouncing names is not my strong suit for sure. Which I'm going to throw to you guys, so you guys better know these names tomorrow.
I got you.
There will be a test.
There's a test tomorrow.
I will stumble through all of them.
I think for me,
Go ahead.
just real quick, I only got one guy, and that's Leo Chenal. Just a huge fan of his game. I think I think he is kind of what I think is missing in the middle of this Chargers defense. There is a level of physicality, intimidation, and just overall ass kickery that the Chargers do not have at the linebacker position. And for a guy that had, I want to say, over 20 tackles for loss, 8.5 sacks, and he did most of his damage in between, like the A gaps, the guy just causes havoc. He stonewalls offensive linemen. It doesn't matter if it's interior tackle, what have you. The guy's just an absolute terror. And at 6'3", pushing almost 260 pounds, still pretty dang athletic.
Not just pretty dang athletic. He has the 3rd highest RAS score for an off-ball linebacker since they started doing RAS. Like out of 2,419 linebackers, he has the 3rd highest RAS score.
Well, there you freaking go. I honestly think that the NFL is probably higher on him than like most other like big boards. So I actually don't think he's going to last all the way to 79. But if he's there, man, I think that's a home run pick. I think it helps change the defense. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, the personality, the mindset. Like they just don't have that type of player outside of, maybe their edge rushers and Derwin James. But like the linebacker group with Kenneth Murray and Drew Tranquill looking like they're the day one starters right now, behind them being Nick Niemann and Amen. Like, what is there to be worried about? What other teams look at our linebacker group and go, like, yeah, we got to worry about Kenneth Murray, we got to worry about Drew Tranquill. Like, there's nothing there. And I just think a defense can't be a championship defense if one whole level doesn't inspire something like that, if you get what I'm saying.
Cool. Stebbs or Stanley, either of you got any other?
No, I was just going to ask, is there any player still available that you guys would make the case for the Chargers trading their 3rd and one of those day 3 picks to move up for? Is there anyone you think that you would want to move up for now?
I am all in on Calvin Austin. So if that was an opportunity, I would 100% do that. I think he adds that level to your offense that you don't currently have. And I know that he is a smaller guy. He does not play as small as he is. I mean, he lined up outside almost entirely in college. I mean, he did that so much more often than people want to even like address to talk about him being a slot guy. Sure, he probably protects that way in the pros, but the guy is he can run everything. Like his route running is fantastic. His speed takes the top off the defense. Big fan of Calvin Austin. Now, saying that he'll probably go like 33 or something. So,
let's see. Not that I want to trade up for a linebacker, but Nakobe Dean's still available. The best linebacker in this class and needing some help because you let Kaiser walk in the offseason. I could make a case for. I would say David Ajabo with his injury makes a ton of sense because he won't have to come in and start day one. He can recover and play behind Mac and Bosa till he's healthy. I could see that making a ton of sense. I'm trying to think if I'd trade up for one of the corners. I like the corners. I don't know if I'd trade up for him. Yeah. Calvin Austin makes sense. I don't know if I'd trade up for him. I guess it depends on how far I'd have to trade up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was gonna say like, if Sky Moore makes it out like the first 10 picks of the second round, I'd be calling to try and move up for Sky Moore. Like, I'd give up the third and the fifth, or even the third and the fourth, to go get Sky Moore at this point.
Oh yeah, if it's costing me a third and a fifth, I'm moving that for Austin for sure. Also a big fan of Sky Moore too, for sure. Not saying I wouldn't do that, but
yeah.
And the fact that they had a first round grade on Ebiketie, like,
yeah,
I
that's a
could see
good point.
them being
Yeah,
tempted to do that.
I like him a lot.
Yeah, I like him a lot too. I think his length is like crazy. Like, and watching his tape, what's fun is you can tell he has a plan for rushing the passer. Like, he actually has more than one move, and when the snap happens, like he has a plan for what he's going to do, and when it doesn't go that way, he knows how to adapt. Like, he's not one of these one-trick pony pass rushers that just like wins on just speed, or like just like he can mix things up. He's got a pretty well-rounded game.
Yeah, I would, and just I would not trade up for Breece Hall, as the chat's saying. Not for an RB2, which I think you could get in 4 or 5. Really, I wouldn't be willing to trade capital for a running back to be your RB2 right away. As much help as Austin Eckler needs, I wouldn't trade up.
The running back discussion is honestly going to be a fun one the first half of Saturday until they end up taking one. Because there's going to be a lot of talent there running back in 4, 5, and 6 for sure.
Yeah. I really like Logan Hall too. I think it'd really transform this defensive line. I wouldn't mind trading up for him. And I really like Jalen Petrie, but who I think could be take over that kind of position we were talking about with Dax Hill as that rotational DB near the line of scrimmage. He'd be a lot of fun too. But yeah, there's a couple. I don't think the Chargers do it, but
Did you, in any of the information that you got, did you ever hear about what they thought about Travis Jones?
no.
I wonder how far they haven't let him slide.
Yeah, no. We talked about mostly the top guys, and then just kind of like some sleepers that kind of fell up and down their board. But yeah, we were talking mostly 17.
Gotcha.
I'll find some stuff out tonight, I'm sure.
Oh, lots of fun opportunities, man.
Yep.
Day one went well.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed for day 2, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So quick recap: all of us gave it an A-.
Yep.
Jamie's opinion doesn't matter.
Nope.
Because he left.
Never did.
Never did.
We'll be back tomorrow a little bit earlier because the draft starts an hour earlier. Follow all of us on Twitter if you aren't already.
How do I do this?
And
thanks everybody for hanging out. We still got 4 hours in on day 1. We still got 91 people in here, so thanks everybody.
Yeah, it's awesome. All right, everybody.
Cool.
We'll
Peace.
see you.
Thank you.